Oops. Yeah. Do you need to be looking at it?
Well, yeah, I might need to see it a little bit. So, yeah, we're going to turn that volume down. Anyway, live, we've got the new VS4-10 Ultra kit here. I'm going to be building this tonight. My wife is reading the comments out loud. Let's make sure that audio is fine, though. So, someone check that once they...
Who remembers not my hands? Oh, God. Never again.
Yes. So, the new VS4-10 Ultra, it's the portal axle version, basically, of the VS4-10 kit, similar to the Pro in a lot of ways, and we'll go over that and everything. Here's the box for everyone who hasn't seen it yet. Got the 2 versions on there. Comes in clear or black anodizing, and then the rest of it looks like a box. So that's what you get. I'm going to try and get through this kit almost. We'll see how far. We'll see if we can get it almost running, or running. Now, the body and stuff like that, we're not going to have to handle because that has already been done. Body, interior, fender wells, that's all been painted and the whole deal. So we don't have to go over this part. So that's more fun.
Okay. I wish there was a bribe, Matt.
So you have to actually tell me what the comments are?
Oh, sorry. I'm just having conversation.
Yes. What's up?
Everett just saying hello. How much is the VS4-10 Ultra kit, Josh?
The Ultra kit is $829.
$829.
$829.
I did.
$99. So again, it's a lot like the VS4-10 Pro, just kind of the portal axle version of that. The differences are that it's got the F9 portals rather than a standard straight axle. It's an offset portal, so it's different than the portals that have been available separately up to this point. Oh, also we're dog sitting for my brother, so you will, I'm sure, see Blue pop his head in, since he thinks that the sound of a plastic bag means there's some sort of treat for him.
Will you trade for a G-Body Donk RC? We'll trade for a real G-Body Donk.
See, my wife likes donks.
I do.
We both have poor taste.
Well, I know, they know I do, obviously.
Uh-huh. All right.
Show the dog, you'll see him.
Come here, Blue. Yeah. There's Blue.
Josh loves redheads.
So, the green manual to go along with the green box.
Does it come with electronics?
No, it is a standard RC kit, so no electronics. Add your own. I'll be adding Tekin RS4 and a Rock 412 to this one. And I've got a ProTech 370 TBL servo for it.
Schultz, they're hiding from the dog.
What does Schultz say?
He's asked where the cats were.
Oh, yeah.
Were there any considerations to omit the wheels, tires on the Ultra?
I know that the wheels and tires are something that people lots of times, change out. And, we know that as well. But at the same time, like, we want it to be a complete kit. So even though a lot of people are going to change them, we just still want it to be a complete kit. So for us, it's, including the plastic bead locks and tires is just, it's something that I think we're going to stay with, just so that someone who doesn't buy extra or buy replacements right away, everything's actually in there.
Josh, Wild Boys TV says, if I get top 5 at X Games next week, will you gift me this truck? LOL, Tommy Thompson.
Oh, it's Tommy. You didn't make Axial Fest this year.
Didn't.
Otherwise, you would have met Tommy.
Sorry.
What's he compete? Tommy runs in.
What are you competing
Superbike or not super? I don't know what they call it. But yeah.
And then let's see. Will it be in a hobby shop soon?
Yeah, we actually started shipping them today. So we weren't going to be shipping until, or we posted that we weren't shipping until Monday, but everything was kind of on schedule ahead of time. So we started shipping everything today. A-Main received theirs today. A lot of customers would have got their shipping notifications already.
Somebody, JJ Torres said his notification was shipped.
Yes. So many of you, if you pre-ordered, should already be seeing it.
Let's see. Will wheels or tires included? Did you go through
Yeah,
that?
wheels and tires are included.
How many kV?
Oh, I'm running the 3100 kV Rock 412. So I gotta find my.
Is this going to be another 6-hour build? No.
Most likely. And that's the first time my wife is hearing that.
Well, y'all won't be hearing me for 6 hours, but partner with Proline for tires.
That's added cost. And the VXT tires do just fine. Everyone has a preference in size and things like that, though. So VXTs will do you fine.
Did you get your lemon water?
I did.
Let's see. Hello from Blizzard, South Dakota. Be safe out there.
Yeah, South Dakota. Everywhere is getting hammered.
Yeah. Will you? Oh gosh, will you sign mine if I order one, Andy?
If you put it in the notes and the guys actually read it to me, or see it and then tell me to. I'll draw a picture on the box if you want.
The portals are pre-build ready, Sir Josh? Question.
No, they come as you're seeing here. I cracked the seal. This is exactly how you would see it if you got it. So, like right now, we've got the one-piece bearing retainers here. So, is the lighting too bright?
It is a little bright.
That manual's got some glare, I know.
Yeah, there's a lot of glare.
Adjust this a little bit.
While you're doing that, how much is it?
So yeah, like I said, this one is $829. So that makes it, the Pro kit is $749. This one's $829. There were some changes made just to try and keep the cost as close as possible, but
let's see.
Maybe that's a little bit better, but I can't say that I know all of these.
It keeps auto-focusing.
Hopefully that.
Okay, I apologize if I missed some of these. Opinion on Duratrax Deep Woods.
My favorite comment on the Deep Woods was they're soft without the side effects of traction. But I'm not a big fan of them. I've tried them in the past. Like the Swamper version and the Deep Wood, and I wasn't a fan. I usually stick with. I mean, personally, I've been running Proline stuff for the most part as of the last few years.
Yeah.
But there's plenty of other options as well. I do plan to run some of those new J Concepts landmines. Try those out.
Let's see. Birmingham, Vermont, Bidwell, Ohio, Victoria, BC. Let's see. When will the VS4-10 Pro be approved for Axial Fest?
Never, because it's not an axial.
Yeah. Hey from JTRC.
Oh, JT. JT's out of Denver area.
All right. Let's see. Oh, where
Met Jason at NERSA last year in Vegas.
Paint is coming up.
Paint is coming up.
Well, no, it says what colors are going. You're going to choose.
I'll show. Let me finish putting the 6 screws in this ring gear, and then I'll show you the body. So this truck I'm building for a friend. He's a friend who I always know that he would be interested in the newest truck coming out. So I asked him if he had a body being painted or painted already. And he said that he had a couple being painted by Suits Custom Painting. And I don't know where he's out of. It's SOOTS custom painting. And Ryan told him that to have one shipped to me, and it arrived like Monday. And it was ready for tonight's build. But what we've got is a weathered half cab body. It is the same body, same interior as the Pro kit. Like I said, for the most part, the differences are the axles and then some changes to the transmission, which is basically the exact same as the VFD transmission kit. So just kind of a cool weathered paint job. Nice details. Interior's all done in there. It's got a interior, looks great as well. And then he even did everything. Like he put the light buckets in. He actually wired LEDs and wired a pigtail. So I'll be able to plug this thing in and it'll look good. So super nice.
Let's see.
And he painted me a set of fender wells and everything. So this thing's going to go together way faster.
You ready?
Yeah.
Is the rear portal the same width as the rear portal you already offered?
Yes, the rear portal is basically the identical axle as you can already get. So.
Let's see. Someone asked to see your new toolbox.
It's over there.
Suits is out of Parkton, Maryland.
Oh, Maryland.
There you go.
I thought it was.
Will Vanquish offer a raw builder's kit, no body or tires?
I mean, probably not. Like, that's I know what you mean, but at the same time, you know, we're machining axles and all that kind of stuff. It's we're a small shop. Yeah. That's who this truck is for.
Oh, for Wallace.
This is Ryan's truck.
Nice. Let's see. Sir Josh. I am skipping. Are you putting a servo cover in this one, and does it need to be a custom color?
A servo cover and a custom.
And colors with a U, so it's fancy.
It's fancy. I'm not putting the servo guard in this.
Okay, Sir Josh, the transmission of the Ultra, it can handle the Hobby Wing Axe brushless electronics question.
It can in the 540 size, not the 550 size. The 550 size can on the Hobby Wing is too long, but the Axe 540 will fit in with the VFD without a problem.
All right. Are we still going in and out of focus, apparently? Kitties are hiding from the puppy.
At the moment.
Yeah. They he's a sweetheart, but they're not in love with the dog here. Servo cover engine. Mr. Comedy wants to know.
Oh, that's Dion. So he made that little motor right there.
Oh, cute.
So I probably should drop it in there. Let's see
there you go.
If I did drop one in here,
There's
though,
still a glare.
Ryan would need to replace it. Let's see. We'll drop this thing down.
If it can handle Tegan Holmes power, most definitely handle Hobby Wing power. Oh, sorry, I thought that was a question. What's your favorite stock crawler?
This kind of is my favorite stock crawler.
Is the gearing different from the Pro?
So the gearing is slightly different, and I'll get into exactly that. There was also some changes made to the portal axles to make the gearing better for this type of setup. So if you ever bought portals for the SCX-10-2 that we made, the gearing that was in the portals on those was like an 1830 or something like that. And these run the overdrive gear set, which is the 2028, something like that. So it kind of helps to normalize the gearing a little bit. The overall ratio is still going to be slower than the Pro, but not by a ton.
Let's see. What's your opinion on hard bodies versus Pro line?
I am normally a Lexan body person, just because I like to take the truck and go drive somewhere and just have fun driving, have fun going to the places and kind of driving just extreme, like hard technical lines rather than the ultra scale side of it. But saying that, I am building a hard body class 1 right now for scale nationals in Vegas.
Okay.
And personally, I like, hard body stuff. I like the like a tube chassis or something like that better.
Do you use hand tools for all small parts?
Yeah, no, and actually I should probably just grab my power driver right now. I just wasn't even thinking.
How the hell did you get your wife to do this? Does she drive RC? She does not drive RC, but I'm married to RC, and RC is my life. Why do you favor the Tekin motors over the Trailmaster?
I don't necessarily favor the Tekin motors over the Trailmaster. I prefer the Polar Pro from Holmes. So that would be the difference there. The Trailmaster, he's got either the brushed or what's the other one? I think he maybe does have a Trailmaster 2-pole brushless setup, but I run pretty much all brushless, and I like to stay 4-pole. So but I run the Polar Pro and probably more things than anything else. So
you're still kind of out of focus.
Yeah, my lighting's just hot.
Yeah.
I wish I could tone it down. I'm running a separate camera right now instead of the built-in camera since she agreed to help.
Oh, it's my fault.
But it's a better camera anyway.
Is there a plan to include both versions of the gearing similar to Element, including the OD option in the box?
No, I mean, in the Pro, there's all machine gears, including both. It all depends on what people want. I don't think there's and like with Element, you're looking at plastic gears versus machined or even sintered, so there's a cost difference there. The Element transmission's nice, and having both gearing options in the box is nice, but I don't think it's something that you'll see in this truck.
Would you recommend 21% OD transmission gears or rear portal underdrive gears instead, and why?
Ooh. Tough question. I guess honestly, so if you left the transmission stock at 6.5%, and then did the portal gears, you will get more overdrive, I believe. I haven't calced it. I think you would get slightly more though than you would if you did the transfer case set and left the axles. But at the same time, if you leave the gears that come in the axles in there, you get more reduction. So technically you'd have a little bit less torque twist since you'd have more reduction in the axle, but it's actually probably cheaper to go the other way and get the portal gears. So save yourself some money, go that way. Or if you go with the transfer case gears, you start putting machine gears into the transmission. So benefits each way, not necessarily a huge downfall to either direction.
Okay, someone's super adamant about what happened to the ugly truckling.
It's still around. I just haven't had time. I've got Nationals trucks to build. I've got this. I've been working on this for like what?
You're way out of focus.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. This camera's hunting. I know. Apologize for that. But I've been working on the stuff for the release of this truck for, I don't know, a long time. It's just been a constant thing that we've been working on videos to get those done. It's so.
Is it hard to build that truck with such tiny hands?
Someone's a computer.
Portals or no portals? Tell us what you think.
I mean, oops, that's not 6x11. 1 second, 6x12. I mean, I would say that I lean normally towards a straight axle, non-portal. Like just most of the time, I think I find myself preferring that to drive. But a lot of people want portals, so now you have a portal option.
Will the SCX-10 portals you make fit directly into a Pro?
No, because the VFD requires the offset front axle. So you have to run an offset front axle. So that's why this axle for this truck is new. It's its own.
What grease do you use?
I think this grease here is actually Swepco Molly 101, but lots of times I run Vanquish grease or bearing grease that I have around. It just depends. This is Swepco. Someone actually from Curry, the full-size company, when I was working on the drag bolt and trying to keep those gears alive, he sent me a Ziploc bag full of this grease. He said, try this. And I squirted it into a container and still running it.
Someone said your light is too bright. You look like an angel.
Well,
your mom.
That's just me.
Your mom's watching.
Yeah.
Let's see. What if I put a 2-speed trans on my Sport?
What sport? Traxxas Sport? TRX Sport?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't expect you to. I would imagine it's TRX Sport. What if? I don't know. I don't like 2 speeds. So.
Do you have to run your motor in reverse polarity since it has portals?
I might have to check rotation. I mean, it will be, let's see, it will technically be backwards from the direction of a Pro. I can't remember if I ever have to reverse the rotation of a Pro or not.
Sir Josh, the chassis of the Ultra, it can have different body.
Sure. The body that comes with and the inner fenders that it comes with do come pre-cut, but you could change it to whatever you wanted if you liked. Up to you.
Castle motors, Tekin motors, or Hobbywing motors?
Tekin motors, if those 3 choices. The Castle Slate motors, which I've ran in the past, I always felt were just a little bit lacking in low-end torque. The 1406s. I really like Castle ESCs. I just don't love their motors. And then the Tekin motors I really like, and the Hobbywing axe system I don't like at all.
I don't know if that is
What?
bad or not.
No.
FTW.
For the win.
Okay. Can I get a shout out to Uncle Steve in Maryland?
I guess you just did.
Shout out to Uncle Steve in Maryland. Would the lost it.
Oops. What kind of bearing?
Would the VFD transmission fit in a Gen 1 SCX-10?
No. The VFD transmission is specifically for, the VS4-10 chassis. So it's for a VS4-10 chassis. It needs and it also needs an offset front axle. So, I mean, I'm not saying that you can't build something custom with a VFD transmission. That I will as well, but it's not just going to drop into an SCX-10, and it's definitely going to take some, some work.
Brandon and Michelle said,
If anything goes wrong in this build, it's Brandon's.
I doubt that very seriously. We have a Lexus salesman on here, apparently.
Alexis, you can ban people if you need to.
No, it's not.
Oh. like if somebody's trying to.
No, I mean, maybe, I don't know. We're not buying a Lexus. I don't get the weathered body look. Why ruin something nice?
I mean, I think you probably have similar sentiments to my wife.
Why is this RC car sitting out here in the rain for 6 months?
Oh, that was real weather. So
Yeah.
I don't have painting skills. So when we first started dating, there was just a random RC car that was sitting out on my balcony for months.
Yeah. Your mom is on here.
Oh, yeah. You were right.
Tell her you said hi.
Hello.
Let's see. We have that. Is Vanquish going to restock their 1.9 and 2.2 wheels?
Most 1.9 wheels are in stock. 2.2 wheels are not really in production right now. 2.2 stuff is just not quite as popular right now. So we're focusing on 1.9. Now there are some 1.9s that are out of stock, like the older or the KMC machetes and the Roos. Those aren't in production right now. We will get back to other 1.9s that aren't in stock right now, but we can only produce so many styles at a time. So once we can catch up on those, we'll go back. Just like the KMC bullies were out of stock for a long time, then we got back to those, and now they're all stocked up. But we have to produce enough to have a stockpile of so that we can then switch and they don't immediately go out of stock.
Will those axles fit on an Element? Schultz would like to know.
You could put I would imagine actually these or the regular SCX-10-2 Curries should drop right in.
What about the rear SCX portal axle?
Yeah, that would be the one I'm talking about. These portals are not available separately. Or the front portal. The rear portal is, like I said, the same as what we had previously.
Will this one accept a 550 can?
No, it's the same transmission. So it's made for a 540 can motor.
Hello from Fort Lauderdale. What do you think is the perfect percentage amount of overdrive in a 1.9 truck?
So, I mean, I don't think that there's anything perfect, like any one perfect setup. Anything more than like 20% is usually more than I would do for like just always trail riding. Especially if you don't have a motor that has an abundance of power. If you have a motor that, like a Rock 412 or a Polar Pro or something like that, you can kind of get away with more overdrive because the load on it isn't going to be such a strain that it's not going to be able to handle it. But, for competition, if you're running 30%, you're going to be fine. Some guys are running 40%. And in this, you technically could run those really high ratios by doing both the VFD 21% overdrive transfer case kit and the portal gears. Like I said in the other video this week, you would run the standard ratio portal gear in the rear axle only.
You going to King of the Hammers? If so, are you going to race in the RC shootout?
I'm not going to go to King of the Hammers this year. Just releasing this, just getting back from holiday travels back to the Midwest. I can't make, trying to leave the shop for even longer. And it's cold and nasty, and I'll definitely go again, but I'll make sure that I'm well accommodated next time I go.
VFD dig ready?
This chassis, this transmission, VFD dig ready. And VFD digs, if they didn't hit the website today, They'll be back on Monday. Bunch more.
When are you and Dan going to do a live build together again?
So now that I'm live building, or now that I've got the studio here, you know, it's not as convenient for Dan to help. Otherwise, I would have made him do it here.
He's always welcome. Hey Josh, did you get the package I sent you?
Who is that?
You'll have to. Are the rippers going to be available again?
Nope. No, they will not be. What was that?
Right there.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I did get that. It's in my drawer over here. I have to look at your name again. I just recognized it on the screen, but sent me a 3D printed wheelie bar mount for the Associated to be able to put a slash type wheelie bar on the Associated DV10 no crap car I'm building.
Awesome.
So, thanks for that. Yeah.
I apologize on your pronunciation of your name. I will butcher it. Have you ever run a crawler FPV?
Have I? I don't know that I have. I have all the stuff to do it. I just don't think I actually have.
What does that mean?
First person view. So it's like when you have the goggles.
Oh,
like the helicopter stuff.
Yeah. Talk about motion sickness. Are the Capra housings still coming out?
Yep, they're in the works. This thing is this kit and these axles have been in the works for a lot longer than the Capra stuff. So, you know, these came out before him, but these are a totally different design than the Capra. So,
Suits scale painting says hello.
Hello.
It's hard to make a rear bumper for the axial honcho that fits in the stock location.
It is, but the honcho I don't really think runs a bumper per se, because the honcho has a cage. So, and a lot of times with a cage style like that, you wouldn't necessarily run a bumper. So,
Australia. Good afternoon. Hope you guys are safe.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen the status of the fires down there.
It's not good. Favorite 1.9 tire and foam setup for rock dirt.
My favorite 1.9 setup is the Proline Crawler, and the Proline Crawler with a 2-stage setup from Crawler Innovations. Usually I run a soft front and a medium rear as far as the outer goes. I feel like I used one of the shorter screws that I needed somewhere. No, I didn't. It's just on my work mat here. Darn it. Here it is.
Let's see. I think you already answered this one, but will 550 can motor fit in the Ultra?
No 550 cans in the VFD. So it's made for 540s.
Oh,
just get a good Holmes motor or a T-can and you'll have more torque than you need.
Is there Vanquish Curry axles coming soon for the SCX 24 or VS4-10 Pro? I don't know, maybe SCX version 2.
SCX 24.
24.
No, there's no axles for the 24 coming.
Do you work for Vanquish?
I do. Every day.
Will the Pro axles be available?
The Pro axle. No, those still won't be available yet. We're still trying to just keep up and be ready for kit production. So once we can make enough that we have enough to make, to cover all the kits that we have and, have the next batches we have coming and all that stuff, then they'll be available. But until then, they won't be available separately. Same goes with these axles.
Are you going to Axle Fest at Badlands?
I hope so, but I don't know. They're doing an Axial Fest in the Midwest.
Oh, then yes, we will try our.
It's in Indiana though, which is not the Midwest.
Not I mean, it is.
You can technically say
Right.
it is.
You
But,
know,
you know.
we would love to. We miss our Midwest people, that's for sure. Not that California people aren't great. We just love all of our friends.
What you said.
What's the stock overdrive percentage in a Pro?
6.5%.
Let's see. What are your top 3 favorite portal axles brand?
Top 3 favorite port. I mean, Vanquish only makes one. I mean, really, honestly, it would be the Vanquish axles, and then I've got the Traxxas ones. Those, I've had good luck with those in those applications. And the axial cappers, I think, will be a fun build.
Let's see. We have Chicago, Phoenix RC crawlers, Manchester, Michigan. You going to K&K this year?
Plan on going back to Ohio this year. That's kind of the hard part is that K&K Axial Fest is like 2 weeks later at the Badlands, and I can't remember. They all just and then Axial Fest out here is in the end of July. It all keeps stacking up. So we got our front axle built. It does have the VVD shafts in this one. The steering stops are a little short screw that goes in there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm just trying to see how hot my lighting is. But anyway, there's a little steering stop there, and there's a little washer included with it that shows going behind it. You don't need the washer. It's just if you want to get just like a little bit of extra steering, still run the screw because it'll help save your axle shafts. You won't break them ever then. But you get just a little bit extra steering. I think you're a little over 45, something like that. And simple build. We've got our grease in there, incision drive shaft on. I did add the pinion shim between the drive shaft and the outer bearing. Just helps be able to spin the wheels either way. So quick build there. What's that? I can. All right, I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. I don't know which one's too hot. It's up.
It's that side.
What's that do?
Still, it's that one.
It's that one? Okay, let's turn this one back up.
I apologize. I'm missing quite a few. Let's see. St. Louis, Pennsylvania, South Korea.
South Korea?
Yeah. Do you have a crawler pinion gear size you recommend?
It kind of depends on, the voltage you're running and the kV you're running in your motor, or if it's brushed, and if you're a wheel speed person or not. I usually personally try and hit that between 40 and 50 to 1 total ratio. And usually if you go in like the back of your manual, you can get a breakdown of your gear ratios. So that's kind of usually the way that I'll choose.
Let's see. Any Vanquish merch snapback shirts available to the public?
No shirts right now. We will get there.
Whatever happened to the RC Rock Bouncer?
It was just a project that I thought was not going to be where I wanted it to. I wasn't super happy with everything on it, so it was one of those ones that it just had to get cut. And it happens.
Josh, do you have aluminum 12mm hexes for the VS4-10 Pro where they are just flat instead of the step out in the middle?
Oh, no, all of them have the step out in the middle on ours. I know if you're using certain types of or certain brands of wheels or hubs that can be, some of those can have that, but we just kind of went with this because it's kind of a standard style. So I don't have a different option for you in that way. In the Pro, you could basically use any other hex though that have that flat style. With the Ultra though, that wouldn't be the same option. You would have to modify the ones that are included because the Pro or the Ultra here, it uses a hex or a stud shaft that's got a 6mm output on it, and then it necks down to a 5mm thread. So it's way beefier than like the Pro stud shaft on the VDI. So it's not just a standard hex.
Would you consider an SCX10 Gen 1 to still be a good rig, or is it obsolete now?
I mean, if you're having fun, have fun. But I wouldn't buy one today. I would say that it is obsolete in that way. But I mean, if you still have one, you still want to go have fun and drive it, then great. But it's definitely not something that if I had one, I would put money into necessarily. I would probably save that money for possibly looking at a new rig in the future.
Let's see. When will the Capra axles be released?
Right after they're finished.
Cool.
So, no dates.
Good morning from Latvia.
Latvia. Is that Roland's? That's, I don't remember if he's in Latvia or not. I don't run into a ton of people from Latvia, so I usually always assume it's the same person.
Someone's bitching about your website.
My website?
Vanquish.
Oh.
Let's see. Jesse Schultz said he'll give you 200 chicken wings for an RC.
I will take that offer, but I'm picking the RC.
Have you ever heard of the G6 comp they hold at Motorama in Harrisburg, PA? It's a cool little event.
I have. Motorama's been going on for a long time. I've been to Pennsylvania for events in the past, but it's I just don't. It's not usually one that I've put on my list to go out to.
How thick is the pinion shim?
There's 2 pinion shims included. Oh, and you're going to test me on that. I think they're 0.1mm each, but I would have to probably measure to confirm that.
Did you put the helmet I painted you on a truck? Jeremy Burris.
I did not put that in a truck yet, but I still have it. It's on my desk, actually. I did use, so he gave me a handful of helmets at K&K, because in the budget build, one of them I was like, I didn't have the budget for the helmets yet. So, and because it's like by the rules. But either way, he came by and gave me a handful of helmets.
Oh, that was nice.
I know, it was. One of them was painted orange.
Perfect.
With the black visor and all that.
Perfect. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. Not bitching about the website. Just asking.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I did not mean to make it seem like that. It's always
see what she. Yeah,
I know somebody's always bitching about something though. Nothing's ever.
Nobody gets more defensive than my wife.
You're right. You're right. I don't get more defensive. I do get defensive because he works hard at this stuff. This is what our life is. So it is. We get a little I take things a little more personally than he does, luckily, but because we do work hard at it. Not me, him. Let's see. It's a bit outdated, but what would be a good axle set for a Gen 7, Gen 8 portals or another brand?
What would be? I'm guessing that must be the same person talking about the SCX1. Does the name look familiar? Maybe not. You don't remember?
I don't. I'm sorry.
I mean, if you have, I don't. I might not know the context, and if she didn't remember the name, but if it is the same person with the SCX1, you're trying to put portals under it, then part of it is if you put brand new portals under it, like a set of Vanquish portals, then you're replacing most of the stuff that's outdated, other than like the CMS and all that type of stuff, which is then another cost because you got to figure out CMS and all that. So it's a hard question. I wouldn't be one to necessarily recommend the Gen 8 portals, just because I've had, I've tried several times and got several feet of runtime before I've had issues. But, I'm usually a pretty heavy use case.
What tire and foam do you use in Shell, west coast of Florida?
Shale? Maybe?
In Shell, west coast of Florida. Shell, not shale, Shell. Like on like
I mean, like
shells.
Like seashells?
I guess west coast of Florida. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't necessarily.
What would be
something aggressive?
Right. What would be an aggressive?
You get those rock bouncer tires or something like that.
No.
Proline TSLs, maybe.
Do you prefer F9 over D44 housings?
My style is more, F9 style. That's just the type I prefer. Just mainly because the full size world, I like that look the most.
Would you be a guest on Hot Ones?
Yes, it's a dream.
Perfect.
It's a show where they bring people on and they ask them questions while they eat increasingly hotter wings.
How fun.
Sounds like the best time ever.
There you go. A lot of people talking about your dancing rider.
Dancing riders are amazing.
Yeah. Is that rig you're working on worth the $800 it's selling for?
Of course. I mean, honestly, if you just take any other rig and try and put the same level of portals under it, you're going to be at the same cost and not have as good of a transmission or a body, shocks, the whole thing. So, but if it's not, if it's not your budget for something, then you don't have to have it to have fun. But
would the Ultra portals work under an Origin chassis?
Yep, they would drop right in.
Where's your grease for the gears?
I greased the bottom one before I put them in, so I don't have to work with greasy gears on the top.
Looking to get a Pro or Ultra, which performs better? Never had a portal rig or VP kit, and one is getting bought soon. Okay.
Depends where you're driving, I guess, and how you drive. It's a hard thing to say, like which is going to perform better. Could be depending on your terrain or how you drive personally. A lot of different things. I would say that normally I am a straight axle person rather than a portal. Although my Pro has a portal in the rear, so like a can't make up your mind type guy, I guess.
I'm building a new crawler. I call it the Axe Cat. It's an SDX10 chassis with red cap portal axles. What do you think?
As long as you're having fun.
There you go. Hey, from Crescent City, are there any events in the real Northern California versus the fake Northern?
I think, well, it's because evidently Sacramento is not the real Northern California to like Northern California people. So I have no idea.
Okay.
We were at an event this year up in Southern Oregon, right?
Yeah.
Southern Oregon called Squirrel Fest. And they're moving it to the either Eureka or Yreka. I think it's the one that's Yreka, however they actually say it, or the one with the Y. So, but that's not going to be until, I think that was in like August. Was that September this year? It was September.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Someone said, come to Canada G6. I'll scrounge up some hot sauce. We have been to Canadian G6. We actually got engaged.
Yeah.
Right after the.
Right before.
Right. No, it was after.
It was before. Wow. I'm gonna win that one.
I don't remember.
It was May 27th.
Oh, wow.
Or wait.
No, I think that's the day we.
So when we got married? What's our anniversary?
What's
our anniversary?
May 27th.
It's 28th. She's looking inside of her wedding ring right now.
Hey. Hey, it seems like it's been a day, you know?
Right.
It's just May 27th, 2015, we got married.
So we got engaged May 26th. Or wait, no. We got engaged the 28th.
Oh.
We were engaged
364
days.
Yeah, dated for 5 years and got, yeah. Let's see. What are your favorite shocks?
I mean, I run pretty much incision shocks and everything now. I was never a great shock builder. And then, you know, obviously the more and more I've done it, the more and more I've played with them. And now I usually can build a pretty decent set of shocks. So, and the incision shocks end up working really well for me. I put a ton of miles on my Pro this year on a set of shocks without really needing to do. I think I rebuilt them once this year, but I drive a lot. Like Tony and I go out a lot, most weekends.
Yes. Let's see. Are you building with fast steady bearings?
I'm building with the included kit bearings in this one. But
you can upgrade. Or not upgrade, just change out. If you need extra ones.
For those that don't know, my wife works for Fast Steady Bearings.
I do. Let's see. Nice truck. Out of my price range, though, I'm starting with a deadbolt.
Great truck.
Yeah.
Had a lot of fun with a deadbolt.
Got to start somewhere and work your way up.
And then pretty soon you'll have way too many, and you'll move to California and have to work for an RC company.
Right. Yep. Just keep enjoying what you do. What is the advantage of running only portal in the rear?
So the portal rear thing, that is something that I've seen in the full size world, and that's where I took it from. So one of my best friends I worked with for 10 years back in Kansas City, I used to go wheeling with him in his full size old Bronco club, and one of the guys there initially had a rig with a portal rear only, and that kind of intriguing. And then Jake actually did it later as well. But what it is you point the front axle, you steer it, you put it where you want it, you hit the rock you want, and you keep going. Once you drive the front over, the rear tries to go the same way, but oftentimes you can't really maneuver the rear exactly where you want it. So having just that extra bit of clearance in the rear gets you past things much easier. So that's the reason. Doing that causes its own set of issues and things you have to tackle, but it has its advantages. I really like driving it in my Pro. I think it's a blast.
Can we see your wife on camera so we can put a face to the voice? No. Thanks.
I promise that she wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm not a camera one. Let's see. Upgrade a stock OG SCX10 or start out with an SCX10 2 kit or a Vanquish chassis.
You know, again, it depends what you want, but picking up an SCX10 2 is, you can get some of those pretty inexpensive now and do that. I would say to either pick up an SCX10 2 or, you know, something like that rather than upgrading an original SCX10 1. Forgot to put a hex on. Did it on one side, not the other.
Congratulations, AJ and his wife just celebrated 27 years. Whoa.
Yes, congratulations.
How much brass are you going to add to that beast?
None. But I did just buy some brass for my Power Wagon TRX4 just because. I'm going to sell that truck. And I was like, I'm going to put brass on it before I do that. The blue one.
Oh, I like that one. What are your thoughts on stock SCX10 2 shocks?
They are good placeholders until you decide on the shocks that you really want to run. Okay. Will you grab me that battery in the charger right there? That little, the one with the red light on it?
This one?
Yep.
I'm new to RC again after almost 20 years away. What brand drivers are those? The handles look comfortable.
Oh, well, these are Vanquish tools. They've got a ball bearing cap, which is just nice. But the ball bearing thing is actually just a really nice part. So, and I have like a tool full of, or a driller full of. I'm actually going to be using Traxxas tools now with my power driver. So, you know, I'm somewhat biased, but at the same time, I just enjoy good tools.
Somebody brought up you and Howard were building shocks in the basement.
Yeah.
Oh, we have our shout out to Casey Moe.
Oh, who's on?
Gravy Spoon.
I didn't know anybody named Gravy
We don't know.
Spoon,
Yeah, what's your real name, Gravy
is.
Spoon? Go Chiefs. Let's see. How many miles have you put on your rig?
Oof, I don't know. I've never really tracked mileage, but.
Are you going to US Scale in Williston, Florida at the end of February?
No, I'm not. I've got Scale Nationals not too long after that, and I've got Crawl Masters the first week of. Oh shit! What time is it? 7 o'clock right now. Sorry. The Crawl Masters is doing a live thing where you sign up for the event, which I have not done. It was supposed to start at 7. It's exactly 7:01.
Oh, that's a great question. Does working for an RC company and having it as a hobby sometimes burn you out from it? Do you ever just have to step back for a bit? No.
My wife would say no. I never step away for anything ever. But
No, we never do.
You know, the thing is like work is work. It's managing people and making sure certain things are getting done. It's rarely am I sitting at work building a kit like this. So, you know, it's not the same thing. So as long as you can keep those things separate, then great. You know, it's usually more people than anything. So trying to, I have to sign up for this.
I think there was a question for me on here. Anyway. Now I lost it.
That's
Any
right.
tips for getting a girlfriend, wife that supports or tolerates our obsession?
I mean, sometimes it takes 2 tries, but
Me being the second.
yeah,
But I don't know. It's just I've never driven 10 years. I've never driven a RC car, but I love the community and I love the people. And we get to travel and go to awesome places and meet great, awesome people. And, you know, I think he was hesitant to tell me at first what he did because he didn't want me to think he was a nerd. But like, I think the first thing I said when he told me, I was like, can I play with it?
And then never did.
And then never, it was like, oh, just kidding. These aren't like the ones we got when we were kids. These are like complicated. But, you know, we get to go to the most beautiful locations, and I guess you just have to find somebody who loves you for you and all of your nerdy hobbies.
When I lived in Kansas City when her and I met, and I had a 1-bedroom apartment with a den, kind of, you know, anyway, and basically I had that den as a hobby workshop, and we didn't even call it
No.
we didn't call it a hobby room.
No.
We had a worse name for it. I don't know if she even saw inside that room.
I did when I had to clean it.
Yeah. So I got to grab.
Besides the Capra portals, will VP be developing any other Capra parts?
Yeah, there's other Capra parts coming. There's other Capra parts almost done now. They'll be coming up soon. So so we're at the point starting to build the chassis stuff. This is the front cross member, and you're supposed to put the servo in right away. So we're going to do that. I'm going to be using a ProTech 370 TBL servo. This thing is, what is it? At 7.4, it's 650 ounce inches. So nice beefy servo.
650 ounce inches?
Mm-hmm. Like foot pounds, but ounce inches.
I've never heard of that either.
Foot pounds, like a torque in a car?
Oh.
You know.
What thread locker are you using?
I'm using Turbo Lock. So it's like what you get through our tool supplier at work.
I wonder if that lens is smudgy. Yes, seashells. He was talking about, yes, seashells. Like shell. We use seashells for rocks in Florida. That's what I thought. What tires would you use?
Sorry, I'm just trying to center my servo the manual way. I guess I could do it the real way. Yikes. I have no experience with crawling on seashells. Is my radio case in there?
Oh, I almost.
Oh, here it is, right on my feet. Oh, yeah. We'll get that in just a second. So I need to center the servo horn on this servo. This is a little servo tester. So plug in a receiver pack on one side, your servo to the other, and it can control it. And I got that thing pretty dead nuts. So you can see it's there. So I've got it in the neutral position, which should be right in the middle. And then if you put it on manual, you can actually use the knob to steer it. So handy little tool.
You're going to do the Super Flex mod with 110 millimeter king shocks on that bad boy?
No, I'm not. We're going to wipe this lens off just to see if that helps. Anything?
Yeah. But now you're.
But now I'm what? Pointed down?
Yeah. There you go. I think that's a little bit better. Are you involved in the whole design and quality control of Vanquish kits?
I mean, yeah, we're a small company, so everyone has to be. There's, you know, not like a massive corporation or anything like that. We're just a small group who really likes to build toy cars.
What's the lightest weight truck you've ever built?
Oh, I mean, I guess we're still talking scale trucks, but you know, lightest weight stuff I've ever built was likely comp stuff. Like when I used to do, you know, 2.2 type comps, and I had focused on lightweight and all that stuff. But other than that, I'm just not a big like focus on lightweight. I like to not add additional weight where, you know, for like, I don't like to just add weight if not needed. You know, I don't add a bunch of brass and brass bumpers and brass battery plugs and that type of stuff. I just try and put the weight that has to be in the vehicle where it should be and go from there. So this, my power driver, it's the 8-volt DeWalt Gyro Max. You pull the trigger and then you rotate it to actually, you know, tell it the direction. And then I'm using the Traxxas 1/4-inch drive tips, which are really nice.
On the mileage question, how many tires have you worn through?
Oh, I don't know. I usually change tires once or twice a year. You know, like put a new set of tires on at the beginning of the year. Usually to try and change them midway. The ones on my current Pro right now that I'm taking off because I just got new tires today, they're shredded. While there's still tread left on them, the sidewalls are shredded, lots and lots of pinholes or actual holes in them. The other thing is this thing has a great clutch. So when you hear it slipping, it's the actual clutch.
Josh, where is the live Crawlmaster sign up?
On the ASD RC Crawlers public page. So hopefully, I don't know if I got in, but I think I did. It's going right now. There's Oscar and Brandon. So I think that I'm in. I just don't know.
Oh. Okay.
We gave it our best shot.
Yeah.
Let's see. Frame rails. There's our Tekin motor. My RX4 is right over here. Hopefully we can actually get to that stage in it tonight. I'm sure that will be after my wife is retired. But
Thanks to your budget build offs with Matt, I'm really loving my Trail Honcho with mostly incision upgrades and now a brand new baby, a TRX Sport from a kit. More power to your channel from Manila.
Manila.
Yeah.
Nice. Like I said, you know,
Josh is a nerd.
I've got all kinds of cars. I don't just drive Vanquish cars. I don't just. The budget build stuff is a lot of fun, but it's also a ton of work. Like the Scale News. I thought that would be an easy little series to do that's not a lot of work, but that is a ton of work as well. Just to try and film something and get it edited every week. I'm up till after midnight every Monday night to try and get that thing done.
How come no one makes carrier bearings in a sealed version?
It's just an oddball size, and to try and keep a good sized ball inside of the carrier, it usually those bearing designs are kind of standard, and to try and fit the seals, you almost need that extra 0.5 millimeter that is not available in that bearing. So you just don't get it that way. There's not that many places that manufacture bearings, so usually they kind of go along a similar design through.
Have you ever had a rig catch on fire when on the trail?
My wife laughs because one of the very first times she went with me anywhere, I burned a car to the ground.
It was a brand new truck. No,
it was brand new. It was a early version press release type thing, but it was not on the trail. It was in a skate park.
It was.
And it was the Axial Exo.
Oh.
And took a jump, landed, sounded funny, and it burned to the ground.
I did learn you can't put water on lipos that day.
Yep.
And why lipo bags are very handy. Aaron Romanus.
Hey, Aaron.
Hey, Aaron. Does Vanquish offer vehicle financing?
We do not. But there's places that do. I think a lot of places sell with a firm. So if you really want it, it's available.
There you go. Extended shock towers are 80 millimeter shocks for Portal's VS4-10 builds.
I mean, we decided just to go with 80 millimeter shocks, but you could go with an extended shock tower in 90 mils. You would still be a little bit taller. The extended shock towers are 6 millimeters taller, and the shocks are actually 10 millimeters shorter. So if you went back to 90s but did the extended shock towers, you'd still be a few millimeters, like 4 millimeters taller. Depends what you're after.
Is this your new favorite truck?
I think the Pro is still probably my favorite, just in all honesty. But it's my favorite Portal option truck. Technicalities.
No one cares about you anymore because Matt got on.
Is Matt going on and on with his?
He just showed up and everyone just got excited. What's your opinion on roundabouts?
Who is asking about roundabouts?
Billy Mack.
Billy Mack. He's one of the guys from the club. You met him and his wife?
Droop or no droop?
No droop. I run sprung suspension on everything. I am not a fan of droop.
I think I'm caught up.
You think you're caught up?
Yeah. I'm sure I missed a few, but. Oh.
Did Matt give you a Canadian dollar?
Yeah. Thank you. When we were in Canada, they told us that the money smelled like maple syrup and that we should smell all of our bills while we were there. So that was fun.
Did you do it?
I did not. Not when anyone was looking. I mean, I did. I did when they left. Are there any NorCal crawler events?
I mean, there are. I mean, it just kind of depends on when, I guess, and like all that. There's always something going on around here. There's just so many people. There's just nothing very well organized, I guess, is the biggest thing. Like big event wise.
Oh, this is a good one. When are you coming to Oahu?
Oahu? Oh, of course you want to. I'm going by myself.
No, you're not. When are you gonna make a Ford Ranger body?
Never.
Like the truck?
Yeah.
Like that little truck?
Yeah.
Like my brother had?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my goodness. Let's have a VS4-10 Ultra.
A small one? I need 2 of these so I don't have to switch bits.
Seriously?
Yes.
That's just silly.
No, it's not. It's efficient. And tools are always a good investment.
Every time I think of Matt and Josh, I think of the movie Step Brothers. Let's see. Any plans for a tube chassis rig from Vanquish?
I mean, someday maybe. Who knows? We'd love to. Dog. Neighbor dog is barking, so now Blue's barking. But no, there's no plans right now. It's just, again, remember we're that little small company?
Josh, would you ever buy a Nitro T-Max?
No.
It was...
Hard no.
So how long have you been testing the Ultra?
Let's see. I don't know, 6 months? Something like that. Somewhere in that ballpark.
What's your clutch setting for screwing into plastic?
Currently, with these like long 10mm screws into hard plastic, I've got it set to 11, and that seems appropriate. If I'm using a shorter screw, I don't want it to hit the clutch, so I can kind of feel when it's getting close.
Who makes that parts tray?
That's a J Concepts rubberized parts tray. It's like $7 or $10 or something like that. It's super cheap.
Hello, been watching your station and I just got a Gen 8 by Red Cat. What should I upgrade? I'm new to crawlers.
I can't say that I know a huge list of the Red Cat upgrades. I had the most trouble with axle shafts in the front, so I would probably point you in that direction first.
How long does it normally take from design to release for a vehicle from Vanquish?
I guess it kind of depends, like the VS4-10 is something that's been done in stages. We did so it's not like one development thing. So I guess I don't really have a full answer for you there. If we were like a Horizon or something like that, where we could tool up a full project, a whole new project all at once and that type of thing, then I don't know what that timeline would be for us.
Baller wants to know what your favorite tequila is.
My favorite tequila is no tequila.
Let's see. Florida, this is a continuation of earlier. Florida has no rocks, but we have a lot of seashells and Yankees.
I've spent a little bit of time in Florida, but mainly when I was younger.
You're a Yankee.
Technically, yes. I guess that's true.
Somebody said $5 challenge. No, it's no.
Somebody said
a $5 challenge about. I'm sure it was about the tequila.
Oh.
Isn't that what? Isn't that, it was $10 challenge.
And he should know that.
You need to make scale news update morale patches.
Morale patches? Oh, that's like the whole thing. I think I need to actually buy tickets for this whole ASD thing.
Laurel and Hardy.
We'll see.
There you go. Baller said, home of the $10 challenge is here, kids.
Yeah. Where's my body posts? They're there.
That's my favorite t-shirt.
Oh, yeah.
That I have is the ones that Baller had made, the $10 challenge ones.
Because you like it because it's the softest.
It is soft. Can I help you?
You need, yeah. Him or you?
Me.
brief intermission from comment reading.
Yeah. It's okay. They're all talking to Matt anyway.
Talk amongst yourselves. So we're actually almost through with the chassis. It's going much faster when
you have a peanut gallery.
Normally if I'm live building, I'm half time barely paying attention while barely paying attention.
Somebody sent us $3, €3.
Ooh, what was your name?
Hey, quit. Oh.
Is it Roland's Gegermanis or
job.
something like that? He is our friend from
the soft ones, baller. I like the soft ones.
If he's from Latvia or not, but
thank
you, Roland. I appreciate it.
Yeah. You look like a bourbon man. Josh is a boxed wine fancy man.
I'm a lemon water drinking.
Oh,
God. Don't let this beard fool you.
No. Let's see. The dog is not our dog. It is our nephew, I guess.
It's my brother's dog, and they dropped it off with me today for a month while they travel amongst Asia.
I know, it's so exciting. Bourbon, yeah, no bourbon. Little Schultz says we all vote for your wife to read comments while you build.
All right, chassis done. On to the VFD. So we're cooking. How long are we into this? An hour and 21 minutes. The fastest I've ever got this far.
That let's see. No, I don't think he's a golden doodle. He's some other kind of fancy doodle.
Yeah, he's a miniature Australian Labradoodle.
He's a mutt.
All right.
Ever been out of the country?
Have I ever been out of the country? Yes.
Yes, we have.
For RC, we've gone to Canada.
Yeah.
And then we honeymooned in Costa Rica. I've been to the Bahamas and Jamaica.
We went to Italy.
We went to Italy for my brother's wedding. You can tell my brother's the fancy one. I like to go play with toy trucks in Southern Oregon. He likes to go to Southern France.
If this is real, this is amazing. Peter North here, old porn star. Huge fan of yours. That's amazing.
See, last time he commented as well, and I didn't realize his name. I didn't read the name. I was just reading the comment. One of the funnier comments from last year.
But if that, I don't know. I mean,
I'm just going to say that it is the real one.
I feel like I need to Google.
Don't Google it.
Oh, stop.
No. Not on the Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Okay. Is your battery dying? Your camera just blinked black twice.
Sorry. Hopefully not. It's not. I mean, it's plugged into it. It's a USB camera, so it shouldn't die. But
oh, here's a fine line RC related. Noticed you produce the aluminum shock towers. Are they worth the upgrade?
I mean, I don't actually run them on mine. I don't know that they're needed, but you can if you want them. If you want the style, some people just want that look. Then there's also the extended version. I run the stock ones though. The stock ones are really good shock. So while I'm all for you buying upgrade parts, it's not like a necessity that you absolutely have to spend the money on. So by all means, you know, you can help with my paycheck and all, but there's plenty of parts we can make that are other great parts too. So do whatever you get them if you want. Don't if you don't.
Is Ripper Machinist Jim?
Yeah.
Oh, that's where the dumb jokes are coming from.
Oh.
Yeah.
Was he giving dad jokes?
Yeah.
We've been having fun with dad jokes at the office lately. Getting Brandon ready to have to, you know, double up.
Risa, is Vanquish planning on supporting the SCX-24?
Currently, I don't think we have any plans for SCX-24. You know, part of it is that that's a, you know, a less expensive car, and it's not that much cheaper to make a little knuckle than it is a 1/10 scale knuckle. So people don't necessarily probably want to spend $45 for a pair of knuckles. So, you know, I think the SCX-24 is getting a good amount of parts, and I'm sure people will have fun with it. But all right.
Will Vanquish Incision plan on 75mm shocks?
So 80 wasn't good enough. It has to be 75. No. Probably not, because that's an oddly specific size, slightly shorter than the one we just came out with. The 80 mils will be available separately. I just had the little space. Oh, it's on there still. Didn't lose it.
Any suggestions on an RC build kit for beginners?
I mean, kind of depend. If you fancy yourself a somewhat reasonably mechanically oriented person, I don't know that you're really going to have a ton of issue with most RC kits. You know, I don't know that you need to be super concerned about something that's, you know, beginner focused or anything like that. Just, I would say you'd be better off finding the one that you think you're going to enjoy the most and jumping in, because there's probably going to be somebody who's got a video on it if you get stuck somewhere or something like that. So find something you're going to enjoy, buy it, and you'll be fine. You'll figure it out.
Jim said it's not dumb, it's hella funny. Let's see, cats are hiding because we have the dog here, so they are.
Safi's been in 2 videos, but she won't leave me alone since we got back.
Yeah. Separation anxiety.
Yes.
Portal axle costs for standard Curries on a Pro.
There's significantly more to producing a portal axle. So, you know, I don't have like a cost breakdown for you, but there's a lot more that goes into producing a portal. Just with the literal block of material is more to do an axle that's bigger like that. And then you have to do, the knuckle is more involved than the previous knuckle. There's multiple bearing pockets more, and there's an extra cap on there. The extra shafts, all the extra bearings, you know, it all adds up when you just keep looking at how those parts just keep going and going and going. So again, in the instructions, it shows putting the motor in at this step, and it's not necessary, and it's actually just a lot easier if you wait and do that once the transmission's all assembled.
Here we go. Just make a 1/24 Ripper chassis for it. That would be awesome.
Perfect. It will be the exact same price. $18.99, and everybody can continue to bitch about it.
Let's see. Any other body options coming from Vanquish?
I mean, right now, no. We did a body because we did a kit. So when we do a new kit, we'll probably do a new body. Like, I know we use the same body on the Ultra and the Pro, but they're meant to kind of just stand next to each other. They're just kind of either want one style axle or you want the other.
He said he'll get it through a firm.
A firm.
Did y'all quit making the V2 housings for the AR60?
I mean, right now, 2.2 stuff is just kind of on the back burner. It's not like it could possibly still come back, but right now, 2.2 stuff is just not what's being produced, just because we only have a certain amount of production, and therefore we're kind of spending it on the items that are in the highest demand, which right now is the 1.9 market. I mean, I liked 2.2 stuff as well. I mean, that was kind of my area before, but.
Any new design 1.9 beadlock rings expected soon?
I don't know if soon is. We will get back to the 1.9 beadlock rings in general, and at that time, hopefully, we'll also have some new beadlock rings.
What capper parts are coming up? Itching to get some VP stuff for mine.
Gotcha. I never really will say what part. We showed the housings, and those are coming up. So, and then, other parts for it, just strength upgrades, durability stuff. So, but beyond that, I don't really ever it's usually best not to say what we're doing until we release it.
I'm sure you've answered this question, but would you recommend getting the 21% overdrive for the Ultra?
You'll be able to right now. So we will be selling the rear portal gears to make it overdrive in the axle. But if you do the gears for the transfer case, that's a solid setup. You also get the aluminum bearing plates and some machined gears. Either way, so it works out. You already have machine gears for the axles. So, but the other thing is that this Ultra version comes with the sintered gears, which I'm about to install. But up to this point, I don't think I've ever seen one of the sintered gears fail. So I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm not saying it's impossible to break a machine gear either. So we went with the sintered gears and the the molded motor plate in this version, just because to try and offset the cost of how much more involved the axles and everything were. It made sense. And the VFD kit version of the transmission has just been a rock star. No issues with it, and it works great. So I don't know.
Ford Ranger body for the SCX24.
See, the thing is that I talk shit on Ford Rangers. So people think that that's.
Why? I'm sure they have their charm for certain people.
Ford Rangers. It's one of those things because everybody always wants their body, this body, that body. So I was, normally my joke is that why don't you make a 1994 Dodge Ram? Because that's what my,
Yeah.
Because there's always that. There's always that that question. But
let's see. What do you? Like I said,
there's probably a pretty good chance of getting a Ford Ranger body now, just because the new release of do you know they re-released the Ford Ranger?
Ooh, why?
It's ugly. Sorry to anyone who bought a Ford Ranger. That new truck is ugly. But not the old Danger Ranger.
What do you think about the RC four-wheel drive Desert Runner for Class 1?
I don't think that would be very competitive. It's a cool bot. I mean, it's a cool truck in general, but I don't think I would ever want to try and get it and compete with it. I mean, that IFS suspension is not going to do very well. That doesn't have much clearance. It's huge. Cool truck, but trying to get it and then say you're going to compete with it, I think is money better spent in a different place.
Let's see. How many total rippers are out there asking for a collector friend? Baller.
I have to look at my list because I don't know that off the top of my head.
Here we go. Just
150, 160.
Just built an SCX-10 chassis with AR60s. Would you recommend converting it to CMX?
I mean, if you're running AR60s, are you really going for like ultra scale? So probably not. Just keep it servo on axle and beat on it. Have fun.
We are from Hong Kong Vanquish fans. Will you plan to come to Hong Kong in November?
In November?
No, wait. Come to Hong Kong. November is good for weather. Look forward to see you.
I would love to.
We would both love to.
So yeah, her too. But Hong Kong would be high on my list of places to go.
I'll probably wait for things to calm down a little and then come.
Tickets might be cheaper. But seriously, hope everything's like, good there.
Yeah.
Also, in this version of the transmission, you get the regular little VP cap for the VFD, or you get the little twin shifter setup cap. Let's see, focus. Yeah. There you go. Since that's actually underneath of the body, I'm not going to put that in there. I'm going to use the simple cap, or there's a VFD one too. So many options. See all of this that you get for your money. But seriously, they're pretty cool. We're an hour 36 in. I'm killing it on this thing. See?
There you go.
You're helping. Do you feel good about this now?
Great. Fantastic. Are you doing another budget build series soon?
Not soon. So Matt and I are both trying to get our trucks ready for nationals. So building 3 trucks. So right now, that's why we're not doing a monthly mayhem or a budget build, is to try and get through, get everything ready for scale nationals. After that, we'll then probably decide on a project to do. Maybe try and talk someone else into joining us as well.
See, what happens if you put too much grease in the VFW?
I'm sure you mean VFD.
Yeah, he did say VFD. I said, I don't know.
Oh, you said VFD.
I said VFW. I don't know. Sorry, that's what it is in my head.
I mean, I guess you would have to really pack a lot of grease in there for it to become an issue.
What happens, though? What would happen?
I don't know. It's like some Mythbusters stuff. How much grease is too much grease? I mean, it sounds like kind of a fun video.
I can tell you as a hairstylist that there is such a thing as too much grease.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Someone wants a 1983 Ford Sierra UTE body for the VS4-10.
19 UT. I don't necessarily know 100% what that is. I would imagine Sierra, it's a GMC pickup, but
I think it was just a joke.
So.
Let's see. I do think the Ultra is a good value when you consider your current portal axles alone are $500.
Yeah, So if you're trying to look at buy that axial deadbolt for $300, and then just put a set of portal axles under it.
There you go. 1955 Studebaker truck body. That'd be awesome.
And big.
Very big. Yeah. I'm going to try with this one. I'm guessing it's translated. I have never built a Vanquish product, but in the kit, does it section you come to, such as axles, it's just axle parts?
Yes. So when you open the bags, like front axle, for example, is bag A1 and B, or A1 and A2, because the housings are packaged separately. But those are just the parts for the front axle. Then bag B1 and B2, just parts for the rear axle. so on, you know, chassis bags, transmission bags, things like that. It's sectioned out exactly like that. Not all of the screws into one. So, which is, I prefer it this way rather than all of the hardware in one bag. Can't remember what I was building. I think I bought a cross kit, and like all of the M3x8s were in this, and the M3x10s were in this bag, and it was so annoying.
Do you think a TRX4 rear axle will fit in the Pro?
I don't know. And the problem is that like when I put the portal rear axle in mine, I had to flip the third member, and you can't do that with the TRX4 axle. So I don't know if the rotation is already the proper direction or not. I'd have to look at that and see. But being able to reverse the rotation because of the 2-gear portal axle is key.
I'm putting Vanquish links together right now by hand. It is not fun. What tool do you use to put links together?
We are almost to that step, and I will show you the tools that I have for that, because I've got some handy ones.
Favorite dinosaur?
Favorite dinosaur?
Where from? I'm not from Step Brothers.
Is that a Step Brothers reference? I don't remember.
Where exactly are the leaf spring mount holes on the Ultra chassis?
Ban that person. Or tell me who it is.
UTE is a Holden.
Oh, so Ute. He did mean a Ute.
Ute.
That's like the Australian versions that are
car trucks. Yeah.
Basically, it's
like
a fancy word for El Camino.
El Camino, yeah. That was a... Speaking of scale nationals, now that this release is out of the bag, are you still taking the axle out from your other build for the scale Nats rig?
Yes, that nothing that I've showed in that series is going to change. Everything is exactly as I showed it. So I've known this release was just around the corner. I wasn't just going to do something and then have to change it or redo it. I wasn't like holding out on anything there. And I'm actually, I don't plan to use an Ultra for that event. I'm going to use those ones that you've seen so far, which are both VS4-10 base. And Class 3 is the one that's still kind of up in the air, but we'll figure it out.
Let's see.
There's plenty of videos I could have made if I was just like trying to make content for something. So, no.
Will VP get Q series headlights back in stock?
Oh, dang it. Remember when I was saying I was doing so good and we were going so far and all that? Pretty sure I forgot a freaking bearing in this transmission.
Dang it.
God damn it. I just noticed it sitting right there on the bench, and I know exactly the bearing it is because I forgot to install it 10 times before. God. And the problem is that to get that to that spot specifically, I have to disassemble. What?
I'm going forward, but somebody said Miss Harley. What's your opinion on Crocs? I don't know that I have an opinion on Crocs. If you have Crocs and you wear them, more power to you.
If I wore a pair of Crocs,
well, I would have
out in the public,
I would have an opinion on that. But he was talking in general. If you're comfortable, more power to you. Well, you know, that's fine. But I would not have a problem with it if you had like the little things that like the little posts you can get to stick in that have little characters and, you know, unicorns. Yeah, they have like little things like for the kids that you can.
If I wore a pair of
go for it,
unicorn Crocs out.
What?
I'm not saying my fashion sense is off the charts normally.
What do I care? If you're comfortable, what do I care? Sway bar or no sway bar?
On a Pro or on a VS4-10? I'm a no sway bar.
Self-driving dancing rider, donkey dancing rider.
Donkey dancing rider.
I don't know, but I.
Yep, there it is. Missed it. It's the same spot. I forget to install a bearing.
I thought the next monthly mayhem was going to have something to do with a Roomba.
You can't give away my idea.
But I just want the room. I think we should weigh in on that because I just want the remote control vacuum.
Now, I wasn't going to use an actual Roomba.
Damn it. Then I don't care.
That was. Can't give away. And I don't think Matt agreed with that.
I just want.
He's going to try and turn like an SCX-10 II into a Roomba.
Oh, I don't want that. I was thinking I was going to get a Roomba out of it. Does the clear axle have a coating that would show less scratches than the black?
So the clear axle has a clear anodizing on it, and it does show less scratches than the black. Just by the nature that when aluminum scratches, it looks similar to the color that is. Oops.
Speaking about nationals, your 4Runner suspension in the Class 1 didn't exist in that year, but front-end independent suspension in the 86 4Runner did, and the body is the same as the 85.
So people oftentimes upgrade off-road vehicles, and normally when they upgrade them, they put in better suspension. Therefore, I'm putting in solid axles with coilovers rather than ridiculous leaf sprung suspension.
Is the Ultra that you're building now for personal use?
The Ultra that I'm building now is not even for my use at all. This is for a friend of mine's, but I wanted to do a live build, and I knew that he would be up for owning one of these. So I asked him if he would like to have me build it, and then we both win. I can build one of the cars. I don't have to try and take one from our allotment of kits that we're able to finish, because even so the green one up there is the one that was in the video, and if I'd like to go drive one, it's right there. And if I took another one out of stock so that we could do this live build, then that's one less person who could buy one. And as much as I love toy trucks, we are still in the market of selling vehicles.
I don't know what this means. I don't know if it's nice or not. What's the reproach angle on the new Ultra, Nicole?
Who is that? Strat Guru. That's Neil.
Oh.
And I think he said if he said reproach, he meant deproach, because I had messed up one time 10 years ago and said approach and like approach and departure angles, but I said approach and deproach. But deproach makes sense, and it should be a word.
You think so? Josh, what are your thoughts on GCM racing chassis?
They make some cool chassis. They, especially the ones that are like custom fit, specifically perfect to a certain hard body you want to use. They do a bunch of that, like not one off, but like specific build, very custom. They do cool stuff. We've met, and I'm going to mess up there. It's Dana and I don't think it's Clark, but it's Dana Clark, I think. And I'm going to forget his name. I'm going to feel like crap about it. Chris? I think it's Chris.
You're just throwing out names.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Chris. But they're good dudes. We met them in Canada. And then when taking that apart and putting it back together, I misplaced a screw.
I think you dropped
Did I drop it?
I thought you dropped it. Where's your magnet?
It's over here. It's black and it should pop out.
wouldn't find it.
That's okay. I've got extras. Get out from under the desk. Oh, it's actually right there.
Perfect.
No, it's not. Never mind. It's a rocket phone.
Of course. Guess.
What?
Oh, goodness. How
What
many
do the comments say?
Nothing. How many trucks do you build in a run?
In a run? Oh.
Like for, I'm assuming.
Lots, but not as many as others. I don't give out the numbers normally.
Oh, sorry.
So no, you didn't. I don't tell her either. I did all that. All right. So we got our VFD done. Drop it in here. Oh, I need to put. So at this point, I should put on my spur and pinion. Do I want to do that yet? Spur gear's on. I meant my pinion for the motor. I think I can actually solder it up in the chassis.
Boy, they are on you about forgetting grease.
I didn't forget grease.
I know, but apparently you do.
I have forgot grease before in the past. It's happened. But I did not forget grease on anything.
They are on it.
Yeah, this is the internet. People don't let.
Come here. No motor install.
Motor's right here in my hand now. 3100 kV Rock 412. So, I was just. You don't have to install the motor right when they say to in the instructions. We, whatever. But if you don't install it before you put the trans in, then you have to take trans back out.
Do you find it as annoying as I when you put out a new product and they complain about added plastic in some remote location?
I mean, you'd be amazed at what complaints happen, but you know, there's some like I've been playing with RC cars for a long time, so anything that people are like, any change that happens, that we almost always know exactly what we're going to hear. But you know, we knew that changing the transmission slightly to the kit spec version versus the one that was in the Pro, like some people were going to have things to say, but still stand behind that the one that comes in the kit version of the transmission is freaking great and it holds up awesome and it's not an issue. So like we knew people would say that, but at the same time, it's like we know that it's a great transmission and holds up well. So we can put something out and be comfortable standing behind it, knowing that it's the change that we made to make the cost as appealing as possible is going to be a decision that's still a good thing for the customer. Because seeing a price tag of $829 versus $969 is a lot more appealing. I mean, I've never bought anything that expensive.
Well, I was not listening to you at all.
No, cool.
6-inch rigid light bars coming back in stock.
Yeah, they'll be back before too long. I mean, any of the light bars that aren't in stock right now will be back before too long.
Why does, let's see, the VS4-10 shipping boxes say made in Taiwan? Which parts are USA manufactured?
So yeah, we don't have injection molding. So like any of the plastics, we don't have gear cutting. So, machined gears are done over there. We have the boxes like actually printed and all of that stuff put in it. And then that box is shipped to us that way. So it has to say that for port of entry stuff. And then when it gets over here, we put all of our machined parts into it. And then, so like we open it up, add our parts, put factory seals, and do all of our checks as far as like weighing and all of that kind of stuff on that. So, like the machine stuff, or a lot of the machine parts, there's still machine stuff that isn't done by us, like gears and some other parts here and there. But it's just the way it is, and we don't hide that. We're not trying to say that we make every single part of it. If we did, this truck would be way more expensive than that. So it is what it is. We think that it's still a great product, and some people will be okay with it.
Let's see. Little Schultz, I think that Mrs. Kett has about as much want to do a monthly mayhem build as I do, which is none. Fast Eddie, we phased out our dog bone and transmission grease. We don't, I think we just sold our last ones of it. Seriously, I'll donate $100 if Josh wears Crocs. I don't see any of that money. But,
so, the Teak and Rock 412s dropped in.
So those are popping up on here.
Oh, I don't know. Whatever Neil's sending me is showing up on my computer at the same time. So. Probably why he's sending it to you.
I'm sure. Still have yet to be offended.
Yeah. I mean, don't try, but.
Okay. Why no bling spinner necklaces offered?
That was we get yelled at anytime we just like do something for charity for somebody. Like, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be making parts instead. Yeah, all right, well, screw the kids. Seriously, you got yelled at for making trophies.
Well, get over it.
Yeah, right.
Mick D said it's a fantastic product. You guys should be proud. Thank you.
We are. Right.
Is there anything different you like to see on the Vanquish VS4-10 Pro or direction it goes from here?
I mean, not really. The Pro's kind of like my ultimate truck, I guess. Like that's my version, nearly. I would say my near perfect version of a truck, as far as what I think is reasonable to include. That I have some odd little personal running and tuning type styles, I guess. But beyond that, I think it's great. Overdrive percentages and things like that are personal preference. And so I think that we've hit an area that is easy enough for everyone who runs or would be interested in that truck to buy it and be happy. From there, I think, the only thing that would be the direction would be for, cost cutting to make things more and more appealing to people who aren't interested in spending that much money all at once. Oh, so this is the bag including the new 80 millimeter shocks. Now, another change that was made in this is that the shocks are now unassembled. So people who wanted to build them themselves can now build them themselves. That was just one of those things. Like some people wanted the green slime and all that. So it's a simple change and something we heard enough to make that happen. I don't know that it was like a big difference in any of the cost side, and personally, I liked pre-built shocks, but nonetheless.
Dollar said he'll never get over not scoring a VP spinner necklace. I didn't even know there was such a thing.
There was only one or two.
Oh, fun. Let's see. The shocks for the Ultra, are they a new design or just shorter to accommodate the portal axles?
They're just shorter.
Okay. Is this the buy once, cry once, ready to run? You can run for a year without upgrades.
Yes.
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 How much more up travel do you get from the Vanquish chassis kit compared to the SCX-10-2 chassis?
I don't know the exact number, but I mean it's a considerable amount. I don't know if it's. I don't know the millimeter distance though. Okay.
99.5% of us respect women. That's good. Well, that's just always good to be said. Will the VS4-10 Pro ever get a cutting brake axle?
Who was that? Jacob Scobie. That would be super cool. But at the same time, probably not a huge possibility with the size of the ring gear and spool. But other than that, it would be super cool to have that in the Pro.
VS4-10 gray?
Oh, probably not. You know, most likely you'll only ever see black and clear kits.
I'm going from limited to ultra and then maybe pro. Does the pro offer a big boost in crawling performance over the limited due to the VFD transmission?
So the limited and the pro. Oh wait, sorry. Will you read that to me one more time?
Sure. I'm going from limited to ultra and then maybe pro. Does the pro offer a big boost in crawling performance over the limited due to the VFD transmission?
I think it's a noticeable thing, especially just how low and planted it stays and with a good little forward bias. You know, the limited trans still, the 3-gear transmission, so I mean, it's very simple and refined and it's still a low motor, but this one just puts it forward. And then depending on what size battery and things you run, I just think that it's super nice to have the overdrive right in the transmission. Gives you a nice, ability to tune from there if you like. So in general, I think that it's just a good use, but it's I think if you go from a limited to an ultra or a pro, whatever one you choose, you're going to be super happy, especially with just the things that we changed and did on the pro. I mean, the limited was fun and I liked it and I built some cool trucks using it. But I think that once you compare it to a pro, it was just, the pro is such a cool truck. It's just, it really is I'm super proud of it. And not that I was the designer on it. I'm not the designer of these trucks. The biggest, I get to be in there and we all make decisions and I get to throw around an opinion a lot like I do on YouTube. But I'm not the designer of them. So.
Okay. Sir Josh, the 80 millimeter shocks included, it can take different shock oil.
Yes. it can take different shock voltage. And we're going to get to that. Right now, I'm building the lower cartridge, and I'm making sure to put green slime on all of the seals as I'm going through them. So we are getting closer and closer. So I've put green slime on each of the parts as we, as I've assembled them into this lower metal cartridge, which is a tiny little cartridge. And then before I'm actually going to fully assemble that cartridge, like with the lower cap on it, and start putting pressure on those seals, I'm going to put the shock shaft through it first so that everything's just as relaxed as it can be. And get through there with the least opportunity to cause any damage to any seal. And once we've got that through there, we can put the lower cartridge with the lower cap on. Tighten it down.
Why do the smiley faces look like gumdrops?
It's just a YouTube thing.
It's obnoxious. Like the round ones.
Right. So that part. So there's a little black O-ring on the outside of the cartridge which seals to the body. I put green slime on that, and now we can slowly get that seal through the threads and start to tighten it up. Making sure that you don't damage that O-ring is one of the biggest parts in making sure these shocks don't leak.
Are those shock parts clear anodized now?
So yeah, the difference, just to kind of help, when they're in a bag or on a shelf, just to tell you, the parts that were gray before are clear now. Small difference, and it's just, that's the way that the 80 mil shocks will be.
Have you considered worm gears?
Worm gears are the worst.
Okay.
Hate.
Let's see, they took
That's for those Ohio guys.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Moose Jaw RC, and sent you money for
Moose Jaw.
coffee.
Hey, what do you know?
That was nice.
He's a local guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I see him at stuff all the time, and I just know, but I know his screen name rather than I think it's. I want to say it's Joe, and I'm probably wrong.
Most people think your name's Harley.
Yeah, most people think my name's Harley, so it's okay. I get it, but yeah.
What's the gain from VS4-10 chassis over SCX-10-2?
I will answer that. Hold on, I'm grabbing shock oil.
Hi, Brandon. Glad you're back. John, go to bed.
So huge differences between the SCX-10-2 and the VS4-10s. An SCX-10-2 is kind of a low-rise front end, which there's a number of things that cause big limitings to that, especially with link clearance for your panhard and your steering, and then just axle travel. So to have suspension travel, you have to make it go down, which then raises the center of your chassis. So you can't have a nice low ride height that gives you just a nice planted center of gravity. There's huge differences to how everything sets up. So when everything's nice and kind of lower links kind of even, everything just, you're planted. When you're trying to do a steep crawl, it doesn't want to flop side to side. Lots of benefits. And the VS4-10 chassis is just super rigid. Just like torsionally, it's just crazy rigid.
Would you do a RC lowrider or RC mini truck build?
I had one back in the day. But would I do another one? Maybe. Just depends on the,
I mean, you
I've got a
definitely,
million other little.
yeah, you definitely don't have enough to do, so you should do that.
Right.
Sir Josh, what electronics will you put in the VS4-10 Ultra?
In this one, I'm putting in a Tegan RX4 ESC and a Rock 412 3100 kV motor. And then the steering servo is a ProTech 370 TBL. Receiver, this is for Ryan. So he runs Spectrum. So I've got a Spectrum receiver for it. Also with the 80 mil shocks, these do run a slightly shorter spring though as well. So there will be different spring rate sets available that are specifically for the 80 mil shocks. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Joe, Moose Jaw, and I'm Mr. W to my students starting an RC club at my school. That's awesome.
He's a history teacher.
Very cool. Let us know what we can do to help. That's awesome. Love it when kids get involved. So 90 millimeters will stay gray.
Yes, 90 mils will stay gray.
Okay. Josh, may have missed it. Are you applying for Crawl Masters this year?
I am, but I think I have to go buy tickets, and since I'm doing this, I haven't done that.
Okay.
Ooh, is Brandon still on?
Yeah, but John's out of control right now, so.
Brandon, go buy me tickets. I'll PayPal you.
Okay. Aside from the offset pumpkin, what's the difference in design of the available front portals and the current ones?
None.
None.
No differences.
No different.
They are the same thing, just an offset design.
Okay. Would you say the ProTech white lithium grease is comparable to the Vanquish grease for the ring gear?
I don't usually like a white lithium grease as much. That's just not my preference. So I don't know. I'm just not. That's not the one that I would prefer.
Okay. Josh, are you coming to ECSC, KOG, or KNK this year?
ECSC, East Coast Scale Channel. I won't be at ECSC. I hope to be at K&K again. And was that the only two? ECSC or K&K?
Yeah.
I hope to be at K&K.
Okay. Would the VS4-10 chassis kit work with the Unimog body mounts?
Brandon just built a VS4-10 Unimog with these axles, actually. I know he had to do like some modification to the front to still get those body mounts to work. And then he did something in the back to make it work, but he got it all on there. It actually looked really good. So everyone, if you message Kunzified on Instagram personally, he'll send each of you who message him a personal message.
So rude.
With a COONCE. Shit, I don't remember.
Yeah. Don't worry. What's up? Hashtag RC fam for life.
We have one shock done.
Let's see.
Not enough. We're getting there.
Whoa. What shock tool are you using?
This is a, I don't know, like a 10-year-old hot racing tool. Just a pair of hot racing like shock pliers or something like that. Like I think it's got to be close to 10 years old now.
Best RC vehicle for ocean beach.
Oof. A submarine.
Hey, didn't we get stainless kits for?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could put a stainless steel bearing kit in something.
An SCX-10
An
or
SCX-10
something
yeah.
compatible but we did get at Fast Eddie's, we got stainless, I think it's called like something extreme stainless kit. So you could use that.
But beyond that, like the ocean is death to RC vehicles.
Let's see.
There's that. Let's build another shock shaft before we.
Sir Josh, what TLR shock oil are you using?
I'm using 90 weight. So I go between 60 and 90 weight generally now. I've been liking the 90 weight stuff lately.
Baller said those shocks better not leak when you're done. What's the secret to convince your wife to sit with you while you build a crawler and read your comments to you?
The people on the internet have to tip her.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Just call it something like quality.
Yeah, this is our date night. This is the first date night we've had in 3 years.
That's not true. Try to invite you to Monster Jam tomorrow.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I hate you. No, no. Just because you get free tickets and stuff does not mean you have to go.
We get to go behind the scenes and
Cool.
get in.
Do I get to meet Gravedigger? Oh my god! No. I hate you. Asking me to go to Monster Jam is not during the day on a Saturday is not a date. Shit. Oh, somebody tip $2. Alan Thomas, thank you, but not necessary.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, but not necessary. Let's see. I can't get over that me thinking Monster Jam is a date. And Little Schultz, come on now.
What did Little Schultz
He
say
just
about
said
Monster Jam? Because Little Schultz is a Monster Jam. I think Little Schultz was born at a Monster Jam.
Oh, you're my favorite, Little Schultz, just so you know. What are the benefits of green slime?
It's slippery.
Okay.
I don't know. People who build shocks well have told me you have to use green slime. So I started using green slime like 10 years ago. And I don't know.
Brandon said that you're signed up.
Sweet. Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you, Brandon.
I will PayPal you.
Yes, he will. What brushed combo would you recommend for this truck?
My brushed combo would be a Holmes 13-turn Crawlmaster. And you could just do like the Expert even, which is not like it's not a hand wound. It's just gone through machine wound. It's a super nice motor though, super smooth. And then for ESC wise, I mean, if you wanted to just like save a little bit of money and grab a Hobbywing 1080, it's a pretty good ESC. So keep it simple, keep it affordable, and you'll be super happy with that, I think. But if you get that Crawlmaster, it's a 5-slot armature. That 13 turns about the same speed as a 27 turn, and it's just so smooth. The 16 turn Crawlmaster is about the same speed as a 35 turn. So just to give you like a point of reference.
Okay. What's the best ready to run 1.9 crawler?
Ready to run. I still have I really like the Wraith 1.9. I just do.
That was always a fun truck.
Well, yeah, and then they did the 1.9 version. The Wraith was the 2.2, was the big one.
Oh.
But then
the one that you crawled with.
Yeah, in Kansas City.
Yeah.
That was the 2.2.
Oh.
But they did a 1.9 version.
Gotcha. Okay. Josh, I got a Holmes Hobby 540 27T for my Pro. What do you think about it?
It's great. That 27 turn will have like a little bit more torque than that Crawlmaster I was just talking about, but about the same speed. It's a good trade-off, and I mean you'd be set. It's a solid combo.
Sir Josh, are you still using the stock wheels and tires included in the VS4-10 Ultra kit?
On this one, yeah. It's just what's what I have here. So
$64, thank you. Again, not necessary. And Schultz said yes, he was born in a Monster Jam bathroom. I think Kim and Bill are taking me on a date tomorrow. They're going to a cat show.
Oh.
Perfect.
Perfect. A cat show.
Yeah, we are on a we're looking, so perfect.
We're not looking.
We are. Oh, I do not believe that Michelle's going to Monster Jam. If she's
going to Monster Jam.
No, she's
going to Monster Jam.
Telling
you.
No, she's not.
He's not. Brandon wouldn't lie to you, and she's going to Monster Jam.
I don't think so. Oh, at Crawl for the Cure, if people want to donate to Crawl for the Cure for Joshua Crocs, he will be wearing Crocs all day, just so you know. Do you personally like the Pro or Ultra more? And
the Pro is still my favorite truck. If I'm choosing between portals and non-portals, it's normally going to go straight axle non-portal. But a lot of people want portals right now. So this is basically the Pro with portals.
Sorry, she was in there hollering.
Is she? Where's Blue?
He just chased a cat.
Oh.
Looks like 1.9 has grown more than 2.2 lately. See less and less of 2.2 these days.
Yep, that's just the case.
Oh yeah.
What?
That because they're taking John. That's the only reason Michelle would go. Do y'all have any kids? No, we do not. I have one, and you're watching right now. Little Schultz said, Monster Jam, not a date. Kitty show is a date. I need to reevaluate my life now.
Just saying.
What is your job at Vanquish?
I don't. I always avoid that question just because I don't have an answer.
Jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah. I try and do my best to make sure stuff gets done.
Yeah.
Or my best answer is usually solving problems that I've created. There's a million jobs that have to happen all the time that just someone needs to handle. If it's handling EPA paperwork or learning how to handle some sort of back-end website shipping issue thing that all of a sudden they decided to change, or finding areas where our costs are too high, like our header card printer is charging us 4 times as much as somebody else who could do it faster and down the street. It's just whatever. There's a million things. And if I can do that and try and make sure that things that need to be finished are getting finished so other people can do their jobs as well, then there you go. And I make sweet ass YouTube videos.
Oh my God. And somebody that now they're back to Indiana isn't the Midwest, but Missouri is.
Missouri is the Midwest.
I know,
That is correct. Whoever said that
we'll
was
take
correct.
it. He wears, what do you, a 10?
Yeah. Oh, shoes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why?
Just curious.
Oh, I'm not getting Crocs.
No, but if they want to put up a collection for Curl for the Cure, you are. I bet somebody will even make you Vanquish Crocs.
Someone made me a Vanquish fanny pack, so now
Right?
they use the shit out of it.
Right.
It was funny. I was wearing that at ASD event this summer, and the there was Tony. Tony's like, I forgot my phone charger at home. I was like, oh, and I had one in my fanny pack. Here you go. Because he's like, oh no, it's a USB-C. Or, oh, you're one of those too. But
wow.
then some Gene at the exact same time was like, God, I need a zip tie. Got it. Everything.
It's a purse.
Not a purse.
Yes, it is.
The backpack for your front.
For your fanny. For your fanny in the English.
Yeah, exactly. Australian.
Yeah. Okay. Regarding the Hobby Wing axe system, what do you think is the biggest downside compared to other brushless systems? Can't wait for my Ultra to get here.
I don't like the axe because it tries to. What?
I'm sorry.
I don't like the axe because it tries to modulate the power for you. So when it sees a load, it tries to feed more power in to try and keep you at whatever speed you were trying to maintain. And I don't like that. I like if I'm giving it half throttle and it starts to slow down because it's under load, I like to see that. I like to decide if I needed to give it more power or not. That's what I don't like about the axe. Now, what were you laughing about?
Nothing. I could probably get more if he and Dan both wear them. I will ask Dan. You know what? We'll do it for charity.
You know, I can go back and see what you guys were saying.
No, it wasn't here. You can read it.
I'm busy at the same time.
No, sucks for you. Yeah. Oh man, sorry. Tactical utility belt. Getting that one.
Yes.
It's a purse. Why 2-thread on rings on the shock body?
Why to thread on ring?
Why 2-thread?
Oh, one is a locking one. So the one does the position, and the second one you tighten down, it locks the two together. That way it doesn't just start spinning and loosening up and adjusting your preload for you.
Have you tried the Three Brothers brushless motors?
No. You know, part of it is that I know that John from Holmes Hobbies and the guys at Tekin are truly involved and, you know, designing and speccing their motors themselves, not just kind of making modifications or things like that to possible other OEMs. So I know those guys. I've known them for years and years, and I trust their knowledge in the industry more than anybody else.
I would pay $100 for a Vanquish fanny pack. I happen to have one for $100. It comes with zip ties and USB-C chargers. How about you and Josh in Fluffy Birks instead?
Fluffy Birks?
I don't even know what that is.
I imagine that means fluffy Birkenstocks. I don't necessarily know what those look like.
I don't either.
I'm going to go with a hard no.
I'm pretty sure that's what almost everybody wore in high school.
fluffy Birks?
Oh, I don't know.
They're like chunky Birks. I wore Birkenstocks in high school and college. Not.
Don't even. Why do you say things out loud
No, it was
like
Doc
that?
Martens.
Yeah, Birkenstocks are what?
Birkenstocks were like the cork style.
Yeah,
I never.
I think they're
those.
coming.
Never mind. I did not wear. I've never worn Birkenstocks.
Yeah, no, you haven't.
I lied. I forgot my trends. Doc Martens. Yeah. Say it once on the internet, though.
Yeah. They are back in style.
What are
Birkenstocks?
Oh, Birkenstocks? Aren't they only in style where they've kind of always been in style? Like
No.
Colorado or Oregon, Washington?
I mean, I think that's just what people from back home think. It's like how they all think we live in a dirt floor hut with no electricity because we said we're from Missouri.
I mean, there's places in Missouri that are like that.
There's places in California that are like that.
That's true. Basically, where King of the Hammers is. It's basically what Johnson Valley is before King of the Hammers.
Yeah. Let's see. Nicole, has Josh shown you this cat scene from Pets 2 yet? I think I
Is that Brandon?
Yeah, I think I showed that to you.
I don't know if you did or not. Brandon showed you that.
Matt, of course. Matt has Birkenstocks.
Of course, Matt does.
He's always on trend. Why do the Vanquish hex drivers have end bearings, but the nut drivers do not?
I mean, just because I don't think you really spin nut drivers as much as you do hex drivers. And the nut drivers are more expensive to produce as it was, so it seemed like putting it on one and trying. I don't know. That was a while ago when we made that decision.
I just saw Michelle's text. She actually is going.
Oh, proof. Boom. See? Further proof. Brandon doesn't lie to you. You can trust him.
He said, go text Nicole.
But here's the thing. She already said no, and I already invited somebody else.
Powered strokes or incision?
I mean, I pretty much only run the incision ones now. So. But that's, call it a biased opinion. So don't take my word for it.
Somebody said, hey, now I live in Missouri. Yeah, we did too.
We did too. We love Missouri. Missouri is home.
Well, yeah, that's home for us. But everybody, when we moved out to California, thought we lived in thought we didn't have floors and thought we lived in barns.
Yeah, we love to live in some big farm.
Right. Hard no. How many episodes of Letterkenny have you watched this week?
I've never seen Letterkenny.
What is
Not
that?
gonna lie. I've seen clips of it, but I don't really know the full.
Oh, yes.
What?
Brandon, get it.
What?
Yes.
Killing me.
The bearings in my Vanquish nut drivers feel like they have sand in them. How can I replace the bearings?
Maybe send us an email. They're a press in, press out type bearing, so it's not an easy thing to necessarily replace.
Oh, it's Canadian. Letterkenny.
Yeah, I think I knew that, but
is it like what's the one that we watched? The Trailer Park
Boys? I love Trailer Park
That's
Boys.
our favorite. That's Canadian. The cat they are hiding because we have my brother-in-law's dog here. for a month. So they will be hiding for a month.
No, they won't hide all month. They'll be fine.
No, they'll be fine.
Safi will be sleeping on them.
I know. She already came out here.
So finally, through the shocks. She's always the.
Alan Thomas lives in Letterkenny.
Oh, that's an actual place.
I don't know.
I thought it was just the name of the show.
Oh, sorry. No, it is not like the Trailer Park Boys.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. See what you did?
I know, but see, when I think of like Canadians, I think of South Park, like I thought their heads were going to come open all the way. And man, we just generalize everybody. Will Vanquish make a 2.2 Ultra 4 style rig, something to compete with the Bomber?
Probably not at this point, just because 2.2 popularity is kind of going away right now, at least. Who knows? It starts becoming the popular thing to do again, and we need to do that, then maybe. But where's my links? Did I already grab? Oh, they're already up here. Need a new blade mag, actually.
Oh yeah, I used it for some stuff.
What did you use it for?
I don't know, but I changed it. Oh, shelf paper. Matt said this is taking forever.
Yeah, I saw Matt take 9 hours to build a CCO2.
I don't know what that means, but
It was ridiculous.
it was 4.
It was not 4. Maybe 4 with the time change. Okay.
I don't think that's how that works.
So to do links, I've got this thing here, which is called a Zerba tool, which is SZCZERBA.
Is it from Shane?
Yeah.
Oh.
And you put the rod end in that end, and I put my link in the drill.
He said it's metric 4 hours.
Metric.
Oh, here we go. Are the top of the shocks hard mounted or have ball studs in them?
They've got a ball that goes in the top shock.
How long did it take to move everything to the new toolbox? All night last night.
Did it?
Yeah.
It took me a while. But I also had Top Gear playing, the old. So on Motor Trend On Demand, they have organized the Top Gear series specials into one playlist. So I was watching that a good bit too.
Dollar said the drill noise is pissing off his dogs. Great, now barking.
Sorry, but I'm not doing these by hand to save your dog's ears. Is it, you said Baller?
Yeah.
I think he's got a house full of wiener dogs.
That sounds about right. RC Trek said, "What's up, Josh? Finished my pro kit the other night. Awesome build. Taking it out on the trail tomorrow. Fanny pack is ready to go."
I think I followed your photos on Instagram. So once you do one side of them, you can't do the same with the drag link because, or the tie rod because it's bent, but I'll show you what I do with that later. So once you do one side, I've got an axial dog bone that I've cut a wider slot into so that a rod end can fit into it. And then I put a couple of O-rings around the outside just to keep it centered. But I'll tighten that into it. And then put the link with the rod end in the other side and hold it. And go like that.
If you think this is boring, wait until it gets to the bead locks.
This is about as fast as you can build links. I'm just saying. Wait, 2 hours and 40 in. It's not terrible. If you ask her, it might be.
I think it's actually. How do you spell
What?
Zerba?
Zerba.
Zerba.
SC. It's SZ.
SC.
So Sam, zebra, Charlie, zebra. And that's actually zebra. SZCZERBA. And you can get them on RC Scaleworks. They're the ones who print them. Make sure like you get the right RC Scaleworks though, because if you go to it wrong, it's like a furry page, like a dude who makes like furry costumes or something like that. It's real weird.
Everybody has their own thing.
Okay. Maybe it's Works with an X. Maybe that's what. If you go to like Works normally, it's weird. I mean, I'm gonna call it weird. I'm playing with toy trucks, so
yeah.
I'm not here to judge, but definitely it was not what I was expecting, at least. It's like if you go to axial.com. Not what you're expecting.
Oh, really?
No. I think it's vibrators.
Huh. Well, maybe I would be more upset if I got RC cars.
I don't know. You go to Axial Racing expecting something else. Like, I want to go to that event.
Yeah. Let's see. Is there an STL available for the Zerba tool?
No, not at least from them. You know, I'm not saying someone else hasn't just found a way to design it themselves, but they produce it as a product, not as, you know, just a file. So anyway, so now for this one, since it's bent, you can't chuck it in the drill. I can usually hold it strong enough and then
what holes do you use on the body post? In the directions, it looks like the rear posts are all the way down, but the one you're building looks up positioned.
I think they're all the way down, if I'm not mistaken. It's like the lowest hole you can go to. I need to double check if it's not. If it's not, it should be in like the lowest position that you can go to down. I'm not just sure if that's, I didn't push it far enough down when I installed it, or if I did. So now after doing that, I'll just make sure that I got all the rod ends aligned. But that's about as fast as you can build links.
You should have already had that done.
Should I?
Yeah.
I opened the kit on camera just to show.
You can retape it.
Yeah, retape. It's live. It's not. Oh, you mean like actually tape
before,
it,
yeah.
not tape like the 80s tape.
Oh, no. You can do both if you really want to. Oh, we're boring.
Who's boring?
We are.
Who said that?
I'm awake.
Ban them.
No.
Yeah, building links is not the most riveting part of a build. Neither was building shocks either. So, you know, anybody who's made it this far already many people do we have?
I don't know how you
236.
tell. Oh. 3 people logged off.
Yeah. Right, you said it went down to 233.
Yeah. Oh, now 2 more. Like, fuck you guys. Are you bringing the class 1 to Crawl Masters?
Yes, that will be my Crawl Masters rig. Since Crawl Masters this year is going to be tiny tire and hard body, and that happened to be what my class 1 was already planned to be. It'll work out just fine. Again, it won't be like a super competitive Crawl Masters rig because the rules are open enough that you could run something much more competitive style. But either way, go and have fun. So, what?
Agreed. Axel for her and Axel racing for him. Very true. She married him. She has to put up with him. I did know what I was getting.
It's very clear.
Yeah. Is a 1.9 Wraith faster out of the box than an SDX 10.2?
No, basically same car underneath, just different top.
Do you need more
Can you
water?
refill it? Will you replace my lemon?
Oh my god. You're so stupid.
What?
You're so stupid.
All right, so we got that on. Now let's start putting links onto the. She's gonna have to catch up on comments. I don't know where she'll go. What's up, Blue? So front upper link is first. Sort our links. That upper, rear uppers. So we should have the axles under this thing pretty shortly. And here's my front lowers. I always forget the order. Just put these on. Yep, front lowers.
You're gonna complain because I didn't put it under the ice, aren't you?
You're getting behind on comments. You're getting behind on comments.
Question for Better Half. What was geekier? Finding out Josh liked RC tracks, Josh being a YouTuber, or that he likes orange? Well, Josh was not a YouTuber when I first met him.
True story.
I find that pretty geeky. But I don't know.
Answer the question.
I don't probably the YouTube I think is weird because it's just like our house and our life, and then people, just see you on YouTube. Just I don't know. Let's see. Noob question: can you explain how the overdrive works?
So what overdrive is, or how it works, is overdrive refers to the difference in gear ratio between the front axle and the rear axle. So if you have an overdrive, it is referring to the front axle spinning faster than the rear axle. The benefits of that is that the front is always working a little bit harder to try and pull you along. So it's kind of like adding a little bit of like dragging the rear wheels slightly. And it has a number of side effects to that are beneficial. One is it helps you turn a little sharper. It's kind of a drag, so just you end up turning more. The other is that if you're trying to climb something, the fronts are kind of climbing more for traction, and they're trying to work a little bit harder. And if the rear was working the same, or conversely working harder, then it will want to grab the traction and flip you over. So it's always like kind of trying to claw with your front to climb up something, rather than just like if you were trying to climb yourself up something very steep, you could find your hands being as beneficial as your legs, or more so, to try and keep you in the right direction. So and then the other differences is that, the more and more extreme you go, there can be downsides. Like if you're trying to drive side hill on a steep, on a very steep, side incline, then that front can be spinning faster and possibly losing some traction. So it'll want to wash down the hill.
Brian's doing a good job of answering all your questions for you.
Saying what's nerdier?
No. I pre-ordered a truck from JTRC, our local shop. When will they be shipping?
Trucks actually shipped. A lot of the trucks actually shipped today. We had put on the website that they were going to ship Monday, just because, a little bit trying to be safe. But we were actually just a little bit ahead of schedule, so we were shipping trucks today. I'm not sure if JT's went out, but he should be able to tell you now if he got shipping notification or not. So, yeah.
Sir Josh, the body included is pre-cut already and pre-drilled for the holes.
Correct.
For the body post. Okay.
Everything is pre-laser cut on the body. And fender well.
Oh, sorry. What pliers were you using to help with the shocks and link assembly?
These are, like I said, these are an old set of hot racing pliers. Like these are old. I'm pretty sure that there's a ton of them available. There are a ton of different ones you can get, but those are the ones that I still have. They've done great for a lot of years. I've used them on a lot of trucks. Anyway. Make sure to pay attention and line up the phasing on your drive shafts when you're doing this. Of course, I do it right now, and it'll probably pop out at least once while I'm trying to finish the installation.
I'd like to see where you put the battery after installing a VFD in a 1.9 Wraith.
Oh. Installing a VFD in a 1.9 Wraith isn't really going to work out unless you do a lot of other things. Oh, shit. Put the upper link in the lower link spot. And I told you I drive shaft fall. So anyway, what?
Is Vanquish made in America? And what is the history behind Vanquish Products?
Most of our stuff is made in America, but we don't have the machinery for everything. So like some of the stuff on these kits, specifically anything that's injection molded or stamped or gear cutting specifically, those things are all done outside. But, you know, most of our machining is done in-house. We're in Northern California, Sacramento area specifically. And I think it started in 2009, if I'm not mistaken. And started off making wheels for 2.2 stuff mainly. That's not where the company started overall. Like Vanquish is just what the RC line of stuff was. It was a machine shop before that, like a job shop, like a normal regular machine shop. It also did a lot of paintball guns back in the day. That was a big part of it. And then the RC side and other machining jobs until I don't know what year it was specifically that it became 100% RC, but it wasn't too long before I moved out here in January of 2016, just over 4 years now. But it's a machine shop with 100% RC. No other outside work for other companies or anything like that.
John Schultz said you're still on. Sheesh.
You're still.
Yeah, we're winning at losing.
Rude.
What's the best way to phase the axles?
You just match up the tangs on one side with the ones on the other. You just look at
it. John Schultz said, "What's phasing, Josh?"
Phasing with a universal shaft.
I think he was.
For the people that don't know, not like Schultz being a smartass, is a universal shaft is, the forks of it. As it spins, it's got a fast area and a slow area of the universal shaft as it rotates. And you want to try and match those on each end of the shaft so that basically it is a consistent output speed. So if you don't phase, then you'll end up with this lobing effect. It'll fast, slow on every revolution. So you don't do that, you end up with like a chattery drivetrain.
Do you suggest to put brass weight on all four wheels or just the front of a crawler?
I do not necessarily suggest putting brass weights on wheels unless you absolutely feel like you need to just keep or lower your center of gravity a little bit. But don't just like get a truck and be like, I should put brass on it. I should brass everything.
Sir Josh, your wife also do RC crawling with you?
No, she does not.
No, she does not.
But I do like it that she keeps saying Sir Josh now.
Well, that's what I think. It's whatever translation it is. I think it's cute. I like it. But no, I go to the events, but I don't drive them. I have no desire. Let's see. Starbucks or Dutch Brother?
I honestly prefer Starbucks. I am not a huge Dutch Brothers fan. I know that's not what people like to hear. Honestly, especially in the morning, I don't like the energy level. Like, they need to tone it down.
Oh, that's
where they're like yelling.
Yeah,
like, how are you doing? What are you actually doing?
Yeah, like, are you selling Coke or coffee? Because I can only do one at a time. I can't handle that.
You need to just bring it down.
Yeah. Nicole, do you go RC crawling with Josh? I do. I go to pretty much everything, but I don't have a truck nor have any desire to have a truck. I just enjoy the community of it and people and talking to people, and it's fun. And I work for Fast Study, so I, get to do a little bit with that, and I dig it. Okay, wait. Only one Schultz, fight to the death. Will any 1/9 beadlock rings in the Phase 5 scallop and spider patterns come back into stock on the VP catalog anytime soon?
Many of them will. I don't know if all of them will. And not specifically the spiders. That one was pretty slow seller. But I think that you will definitely see a bunch of the rings come back or new ones added or options of some sort. Giggling now.
Schultz said, "No, you do not. You stay in the hotel room and read books, Mrs. Thede." First of all, I do not read books. I was like,
that's what you get offended.
Yeah,
about.
don't even start that. No, that was just the one day. That was a long event. How was the Dry Creek course area?
It was good. I mean, it reminded me a lot of Midwest stuff. Just lots of soil and rather than like mainly rocks, it was mainly just soil and roots and things like that. So, but it was still a good time. I mean, it's always fun to go up and see new areas, and I'd never crawled in Oregon, so. And it was definitely one of the longest courses I ever ran. Like one single course, I swear to God, it took us, I don't know, like it had to be 3+ hours on one course or more. I don't remember what it was. I have to watch the video.
A lot. I know you said you'd prefer the Pro versus the Ultra, and I'm leaning towards the Pro for low CG, but I haven't driven either one. Could you go into some detail from your actual driving experience?
So yeah, being that to try and keep the center of gravity a little bit lower on the Pro, it does have a slightly shorter shock, on the Ultra, it does have a slightly shorter shock, which does translate to a little bit less clearance at that, or a little bit less suspension travel. Not a ton, but a little bit. I also like to drive with a little bit more speed, so I end up using a lot more suspension travel at times than because of that. So I do like the additional travel on the Pro. Now, granted, that's something maybe on my Ultra I'll tune with. Maybe I'll take and put taller shock towers and 90 mil shocks on it and see how that goes. But in general, I just like a simple, solid straight axle. And I think that the Pro handles so well, and it's nice and low, and just honestly, when we were driving them, especially at first, we expected there to be a lot more difference and a lot more noticeable changes. But by shortening everything up and keeping the weight low and the VFD having that motor way down low, it wasn't like a huge difference. So in that respect, you're kind of a toss up to what you think the style you like is. So I don't know. I don't have the single answer you want to hear as far as how that goes, but yeah. Well, that was of no help to you, though, I'm sure. So.
Okay. Does the Ultra come with plastic wheels? Brett at A-Main said plastic.
It comes with the same KMC Incision beadlocks that before. So it's a plastic center with the aluminum beadlock rings and the replaceable incision hub. So they're still a beadlock, but they are a plastic center. And that just helps keep the cost down. They still hold a good bead. They're nice and light.
Okay. Metal or plastic ball studs?
All the ball studs are metal, other than the top of the shock. Right. What are you laughing at?
He's out with his Vanquish rig, and she's got axial rig. You spent how much? Vanquish and Fast Eddie should co-host an event at Folsom Lake. No, thank you. We have so much respect for everyone who puts on events because they are so much work and just so much goes into it that it's just not even something I would want to take on, but we will come to all of your events and we will enjoy the fruits of your labor.
I will make a YouTube video.
Make a YouTube video about it. Yes, so do our part, but do not want to put one on. They are, like I said, people who do it, they're the best. I would love to take my wife crawling, but first chance, Cindy would start digging for fossils. You know what? I'd love to go crawling, and no, poor man. But I don't, like I said, I've never touched a truck. I usually just go climb around and hang out, and that's about it. Will all Vanquish 1.9 wheels fit with the portal axles?
I believe so. I mean, you have to. It depends on your offset, I think, at times, but not getting this lined up. There we go.
Thought Fast Eddie was further south in California. Nope, Sacramento area. What is the best brush motor in your opinion?
My favorite brush motor is the Crawlmaster 13 turn, and like my favorite one would be the hand wound, but it is the more expensive one. But by all means, it's, you know, there's marginal gains when you start looking at the hand wound versus like the expert. I think the expert's like the best value. But the you know, at the same time, I think that 13 turn is just such a 5 slots, super smooth, great torque.
Good morning from Sweden. Good morning. Love it. Josh, if you had to pick a favorite crawler besides VS4, what would it be and why?
Favorite crawler besides. You have to give me like an example of what I'm doing, I guess. Trying to think what my favorite would be.
Oh,
I think it's still probably. I was just looking at my shelf.
My pretties.
My pretty.
My pretties.
I think my favorite kind of build is the 1.9 Wraith. I just think it's a sweet little fun rig to bounce around with, and you know, it doesn't have like the customizability of an SCX-10 or you know, other trail truck style, you know, ladder frame deal, but there's something about the little buggy style that I just really like, and I think I like that better than the Capra, which, you know, might be surprising, but the Capra just, it's got some quirks to it that bug me slightly. All right, all that on.
You drive like a pissed off teenager. If the portals add 13 millimeter of height and the shocks are 10 millimeters shorter, is it true that the Ultra chassis only sits 3 millimeters higher than the Pro chassis?
Correct. Did that feel like a math question?
It did. I was like,
you're like,
this
train leaves at 10. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I need a pen and paper for that.
Yes, that is pretty much true.
Shelton, let's see. Being dumb. Sir Josh, will the Curry F9 axles fit on the TRX4 Sport?
Curry. I don't know if they will because of the centered pumpkin and how their front setup is.
Good night, Moose Jaw RC. We'll see you soon.
We're going to be close to done, though, because I got to bolt bumpers on, the sliders, the body's already done. Let's see that.
Josh, you should build your wife a truck. No, thank you. I have no desire for that unless it's.
I have plenty of truck.
The
day she wanted to actually
I
drive,
have no desire. I look at that controller. I'm like, nope. Talk to me when you have like the stick controller and the battery lasts for 15 minutes. I'm good. Like, unless he's talking to.
I have a stick controller right there.
No, I don't want to play with it. I don't want to do it. I have no desire. Like, I just don't. Like I said, I love the sport and I love the people. I have no desire to drive these little things around. Let's see. What are your thoughts on the Old Homes 3014 motors?
I don't know what it is.
3014?
No, you're saying it right.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't remember that motor.
Okay. What quirks don't you like on the Capra?
The gear ratio in the transmission is bad. The dig doesn't work that well. And that's kind of the root of it. And then I don't like the ride height. I think it's way too tall. Which it's not the end of the world. There are things that you can change, but as far as like how that goes, it's just some of the things that bug me. And I'm a picky person.
When's the next $50 a week build, and would you do a Chevy Suburban Ascender build?
No.
Okay.
But I don't know when the next one will be. But I think that the Ascender is probably going to go away before too long. So it's definitely not one that, and I'm not a fan of the Ascender. Like, I don't like that truck very much. That's another truck that suffered from some really poor gearing decisions.
Can I fit an Old School Homes 7T Polar in this rig?
Ooh.
That is from Baller.
I'm thinking that might be a little on the long set, man. Those 7-turn Polars, you had to. How many minutes to run time did you get out of those brushes? Oh wait, that was the 5-turn. The 7-turn was a little more reasonable.
Okay. Can you explain how a 13T motor can be suitable for crawling? I thought 13T was more for speed. I assume it has to do with the number of slots.
Yes, it does. So the T for turns is basically, it means how many times you wrap copper around the armature. And when there's 3 slots, you go around it 27 times and you say you get 2 ounces of copper in it. It's about the mass of copper. So you wrap it around 27 times and you get 2 ounces of copper. Well, once you put 5 slots on it, and it's the pattern that you wind them, being that if only going around 13 times with the extra slots, you still end up with 2 ounces of copper. And the ounces, I don't know the number, but basically you end up with a fairly equivalent amount of copper. Pretty sure. I'm not the motor guy, but you end up with about the same amount of copper in a 5-slot 13-turn as you do a 3-slot 27-turn. So the speed ends up being about the same then, and the torque ends up being very similar. Now then the torque, I think, is also affected by the spacing of those slots with the magnets that are in the can, and that's how they start up so smoothly, is because of how having more slots doesn't necessarily line up with the poles of the magnets as much. But that's like I've been on too many road trips with Holmes and catch just enough of the knowledge to understand.
Story of my life. I'm like, couldn't tell you what a servo does, but I sure shit know what it is.
Yeah.
Are you going to Proline by the Fire this year?
Yes.
Yes. We had a blast at Proline by the Fire this last year. Let's see that body once over quick from Baller. Is Vanquish going to produce products to fit those quirks on the Capra?
Yeah, I mean, we have a number of products coming for the. Oh, I thought it'd be more in view.
I don't.
My lights are showing a little hot on it, but. So, Baller had this done by Suits Custom. Oh, he put a little sticker on it back here. His little logo.
I know that's the
It's like a
cutest little logo. I love it.
Shield. Suits. Oh, I keep saying Suits Custom Painting, don't I? It's Suits Scale Painting. SOOTS. Scale Painting.
What tool tray are you using?
J Concepts Rubberized.
What tool set are you using?
I've got a couple of sets out here. I've got my Vanquish tools for my hand drivers, and then I'm also using some Traxxas 1/4-inch drive tips in my driver there.
Let's see. How about the Holmes Revolver series?
So those things, I've used those in specific applications in the past, like where I needed some crazy torque because of a setup that I had a specific product that I wanted to use for a scale build, but it basically shot the gear ratio in the foot. So the only thing that I could find that I could put in there that had enough torque for the little gearing that I had was a revolver. And it was just a monster. But it sounds like a freaking fax machine driving down the trail. So I'm trying to log on to AOL. But they're super torquey. So I like them for exactly what they're made for. Tons of power and smooth. And you can get away with them running sensorless. Or I guess they are sensorless now. The early one that I had was actually a censored version.
Hey Josh, is it possible to fit a VFD transmission on your TRX4 VS4-10 truck?
It is possible. It takes some spacing of the upper link in the front over. And that's really the only thing. But the 3-gear transmission that I have in there with the dig is super simple, drops in, just goes. So it's fine. And I'm actually selling that truck. So I'm not going to go through the effort at this point.
Let's see.
Bumpers are on.
The one, it was the Crawlmaster 3014. I'm taking it back to the days of AX10 era.
Yeah, I just don't remember it. It was a long time ago.
Is this your comp truck, or are you done with your 3 comp trucks?
This is not my comp truck, and this isn't even my truck. This will be going to Ryan Baller in the comments there. I wanted to do a live build. I figured would be willing to buy a truck, so I accommodated that. And he sent me this body from Suits to put on it.
How do you feel about a Trailfinder 2?
I mean, they're cool for what they are. If you're looking for a hard body, it's kind of, super scale axles, but they're not one that necessarily is something that I would rather put that body on a VS4.
I have a honcho build and I want to make a bed cage, but not sure how to hold up the body for the rear portion. Any tips or tricks?
So there's a couple of options there. You can build some tubes into the rear portion that kind of just poke through the body, and you just kind of like put that part onto the bed or onto the body first, and then you use body clips in the front. Or you build some things off of the actual sliders that hold the inside of the body. A number of things you can do. It just depends on how you want to tackle it. That's always kind of like the pain in the butt part of tube work.
Sir Josh, what do you prefer, the Capra kit or the Capra Ready to Run?
I mean, it's kind of nice that the Capra Ready to Run is basically the exact same spec as the kit. that's not the case. Normally there's a bunch of caveats that have happened, but I also have I don't need another Spectrum radio or, you know, a ready to run quality servo around. So I don't, if I was spending my money, it would be on the kit.
Okay. What do you think about the Tekin series?
I use it in a lot of my screw. I use Tekin in probably half my stuff, and Holmes in the other half. And then I'll, you know, I've got Castle ESCs and Tekin motors and on one system, and Tekin ESCs and Holmes motors in another. Just they're all, you know, they're good stuff. So
Baller said that we're a cute couple because we aren't fighting. Like, no, we don't usually. So is it okay? This is I really love this. Is it really worth getting a more expensive motor? Stop. Can you, in short, explain the difference in feel between this and a cheap one? I've only owned really cheap ones.
I think that it is, especially when you're looking at 4-pole motors, you know, like big, powerful ones. If you're, you know, most of the cheap motors are 2-pole, which is a huge difference between 2-pole and 4-pole motors. It is specifically in torque. And then there's a big difference just within expensive motors necessarily with how they're built and what they're designed specifically for. You don't find a lot of cheap motors designed, you know, kind of specifically for the area of, you know, RC that we're most interested in, assuming that you're also interested in the same area. So finding a motor that has good startup, for example, is a huge difference. Like the Castle motors, they tried to, you know, tweak the things in there to make it start up well. But I think at that same time doing that, they kind of neutered the torque. So the Holmes motors and the Tekin motors have really good startup and good torque, which is hard to always find that combination of things. So now we need our inner fenders and suits. So while they are included in this kit, Suits sent pre-painted ones along with his painted body. Ooh. So it has saved us all that battle.
What's your opinion on Toyzuki chassis?
I just don't like flat plate chassis. I've always kind of been on that route, and I think they were something that was appropriate in the time years ago, but now we've all, even before, you know, Vanquish made a chassis, like I've always been not a flat plate chassis fan. So I don't choose to go that way. Now, they do exist for a reason, because these guys can easily manufacture them with fairly simple product or simple tools, but they also have, you know, their advantages in ways with being lightweight and, you know, being able to be specifically made around a purpose that isn't normally an area that's likely going to get a lot of support by manufacturers because it's pretty niche. So
what would you recommend as a first rig on a budget? Doesn't necessarily need to be ready to run.
Let's see. The Enduro from Element is only $299 now. It's a ready to run. You know, the Deadbolt and those things, those are a little bit older kits now, but still good. I still like SCX 10.2s. let's see. The TRX4 Sport is a great kit. You can get the actual kit version. I did the whole budget build on that. And I mean, it's a really strong option, like built wise. I don't necessarily enjoy driving it as much is the problem. It's top heavy and it takes a lot of tuning to get right without just adding a metric ass ton of brass. But if you do it without doing all the brass, it's a pretty good performer. Adding the brass is just such a you end up having to just carry all that brass around all the time. It's super inefficient and a bad way to go. You should feel bad about it.
Is that a proper measurement? A metric ass ton?
Metric ass ton? I don't know what the standard equivalent is.
You're right. Probably. Let's see. Will you ever have Ty from Tekin on your YouTube channel? Maybe Scale News.
Sure. Ty from Tekin lives many hours away from me is the problem.
Yeah. Josh, would you use a ready-to-run servo for a dig?
Yeah, you can. Not a problem.
John Holmes recommended the Crawlmaster 16T for the Capra, so that's what I got. But would you use a 13T on an SCX-10 too?
I like the 13 turn on on a SCX-10 too. Yeah, the Capra you need a little bit of a higher turn because the gear ratio is so bad.
Baller said, "Be careful tightening down the scale engine cover." Josh, are you going to sell me that Power Wagon? Taking bids always.
I am going to sell it, but I got some front overdrive, rear underdrive gears. I need to install the chromoly axle shafts that I have here. And what else do I have for it? Oh, and I did buy some brass for it just because I thought it would be funny to put on before I sold it.
Yeah, you just have to talk to me. We're always taking bids.
Yeah.
But only cash and only straight to me. I sold a truck for it. Every time he gets a new toy, electric bike that's never been used. I sold a truck for it.
I did sell a truck for it and I have used it. Thank you.
TRX4 or TRX6?
TRX4. TRX6 is cool and novel and all that, but it's if you're actually going to go trail riding and things like that, it's kind of like,
what's the TRX6?
A 6-wheel.
Oh God. Okay. Are you done doing the Flip This Truck series?
No, I just have been busy and yada yada yada. I'm probably going to cut some corners on all of the things that I plan to get done for it. And I'll make a video here soon because I was going to finish all my aluminum panels and stuff like that, but I honestly just haven't had time. But I've got the whole thing stripped and the rear cage redone and painted, and so I'll probably just get it up for sale here soon so that I can buy the next one.
Would you run the machined or sintered gears in the VFD trans in a high KV 10-pound rig with 6-inch tall tires?
I mean, I've never seen a set of the sintered gears fail, even with all the stupid stuff we were doing. I mean, we tried to break them. We were running them for months and months and months before we released them. So I've never seen one fail. So I don't think that I would necessarily hesitate to try it and see what it would do. Whoops.
Oh no.
I got it.
You got it? I'll let the dog eat it. Are the holes in the top, that front bumper, designed for a Vanquish light bar?
You know what? I don't know that. It's a very good question. One that I should definitely have the answer to, and I don't.
So
Brandon designed that bumper. And it's a fine bumper, and it's works really well, and I really like it. And I've never tried to mount a light to it, so I don't know. It tucks so far up under the body, which is the goal of it, that I just don't know. You know, I've never tried to mount a light to it because of it, because it would basically be almost behind the grill.
Well, the holes line up for a 1-inch light bar, so it's just up to your imagination.
In the end, it's plastic. Just put a screw in it.
Or mount a light bar to it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Screw it in.
When are you getting the UC Fab CDI to do a build review on?
As soon as it's done. I mean, I think mine will be the second one he does. Right after he finishes the his, and then I think mine will be right after that.
Have the inner fenders gotten thicker? It seemed to be a common complaint in the RC Crawler VS4-10 thread.
They're the same as they were before. I know where you can break them in the back where the mounting hole is, but no. I mean, honestly, on mine, I've got a little backer on it in my Pro, but they're not any thicker than they were. They're the exact same.
Hello from Australia. Mr. Command made an amazing 3D motor for the VS4-10.
Mr. Comma D.
Sorry. Looks like Command.
It does look like Command.
What do you think about Axial SCX-10-2 versus Red Cat Gen 8?
I would take an SCX-10-2 all day, every day.
Somebody sticking up for you about your bike that they saw you ride one time. Is the Pro body available for purchase separately?
Yes, it's in stock. And the old Origin body is back in stock as well. The original one, the SUV looking one.
Cool. What is the approximate weight of the rig?
I'll tell you when we finish.
I've beat my Pro in it, and all it needs is rod ends.
Yep, I replace my rod ends a few times a year.
Oh, this is exciting. Johnny Davis. Thanks, Josh. I'm almost finished building my VS4-10 Pro kit that I won from A-Main that Vanquish supplied them for Christmas giveaway. Absolutely loving it. Thanks again.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It is nice to actually hear from people who
yeah, I know. It's exciting. Polar said the clear body gets shit. The rusty one is yours. You're welcome, and you can't ever sell it. What?
Wait, what did he say?
He said you get to keep that one.
Hey.
Aw.
I'll do that.
Oh, that was for real. It wasn't a joke. How nice.
Thank you.
That was sweet.
It.
Thanks. Because that's all we need is another truck.
Bite your tongue. Not the whole truck. He's saying the body.
Okay.
He wants the clear body.
Oh, he
I
had
get
it
to
done
have the
for
nice
you.
one.
Oh, that's awesome. Because you know you wouldn't paint it.
You know how it would look if I did paint it.
But you can't ever sell it. That's fine.
That's done.
It's special. What pinion do you run in your VS10? I can't ever say it. Yeah, whatever.
Stock. My gearing's all stock, other than my crazy portal axle thing.
He said cannot sell it. That's what I said. He wouldn't. Because it was so nice. A drag racing buddy of mine asked if the F9 Curry will hold up to the abuse they throw at it. What would you recommend as their best option for a solid axle?
Oof. I mean, you'd have better luck with the original Curry F9 just because the ring gears are so much larger. Like, you know, scale drag racing is still, they put a lot of power to it, an unscaled amount of power. Like, that's a lot of abuse. Skip all of that.
Is it possible to get the Origin body without the body pinholes?
So at this time, it is not. Sorry.
Can you just Bondo that shit up?
Let's see if I got my body clips.
What 160 millimeter shocks do you use in your G-Made bomb?
I don't use anything in my G-Made bomb because I don't like that car and I've stopped running.
On the Capra, I am using the light bar plus 4 LED lights, 2 in front and 2 in the rear. Would that degrade the performance of my Savox 6V servo? It is over 400 torque.
Where was that one?
Right here.
On the Capra, I'd be using the light bar. Technically, it could because you're running that all off of a BEC, which I don't know if is internal or external and what ESC it is. But everything is basically going to be fighting for X amount of amperage. So if you're maxing out that amperage draw, then it could. But if you're not ever seeing a brownout or anything like that, then it wouldn't be. So it's possible, but if you're not seeing it like kind of brown out or slow down or anything like that, then not slow down, but brown out is the typical word for it.
Okay, let's see. Got to track the Suits fellow down.
He's got a Facebook page.
He had a comment earlier, and he said anybody watching this feed had the code or 10% off or something like that.
So well, there you go. So you're gonna have to go back and search for it.
Yeah, you have to go back and search for it.
Or if I can, I'll try and find it or get it from him, and I'll just like put it in the description.
There you go.
So
because yes,
check back later.
It is a beautiful, beautiful body. I didn't know.
You're saying what the ones Brandon paints aren't?
I love the one that Brandon paints as well. Actually, I always comment on Brandon's. Why don't you like the bomb? You're the first person I've ever heard that didn't like it.
I don't like the inboard cantilever suspension. It's just a little too wobbly for me. And then I had a hell of a time trying to get the actual like parts to fix that transmission issue because my transmission clicked like crazy when I tried to drive it under almost any load. So that was annoying. And then it was super annoying to try and get the actual parts from G-Made to fix that. So
going back to the light bar for the Capra with the light bar plus 4 LEDs, I'm using the Hobby Wing 1080 ESC.
So I think that 1080's got a pretty beefy internal BEC. I think it's like 6 amps, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. But I don't know. The one problem is that if you're using that Savox servo, Savox servos are notoriously inefficient and they can suck a lot of power. So, but again, if it's not shutting down on you at all, then you're probably good.
I'll be working on my 4th Vanquish VS4-10 as soon as the Ultra ship, 2 chassis builds and a Pro.
What is it? 2 chassis builds.
Very cool. Should I, as an offhand to my CR01 question again?
What's that?
I don't know.
What did it say one more time?
That's what it said.
No, I didn't hear what it said.
Should I, as an offhand to my CR01 question again? Ask. Oh, ask. Should I ask an offhand?
Oh, go for it.
Go for it. Oh, there's Suits. He said, anyone watching the live feed that needs a paint job, 10% off order. Baller said, first met Brandon 07 Nats a Blazer. He did got me hooked on scalar looking rigs. I'm a disabled vet and this hobby helps keep your mind off horrible shit. Stay strong, brother. Anything And thank you for your service. Does Josh prefer Reefs 444 or Tekin T440 servo?
Personally, I prefer the Patatas. I've always just had really good luck with them. But that being said, I do also run the Tekins a ton. I've got one of the 440s, but I also have, funny enough, my Pro over there actually has I think I've got a Tekin in that one. I think I have a Tekin 360 in that one even, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that's the one that I've been running in that since almost day one. I can't remember if I'm pretty sure actually. And it's been a great servo as far as that goes. But normally I think that was because we put them in there for the video. That was one of the original video cars. And we like when everything looks, uniform, and the Tekin servo looks good, and it matches a Tekin motor and a Tekin ESC, and I think it looks better than having a blue Fatava in there, so I can be picky like that.
What number is the drill set for plastic bead box?
What number is the drill set?
2, yeah.
Can you rephrase that question? It's a 1.5 millimeter driver on the beadlock ring and a 2 millimeter for the hub.
But I still, our veteran friend, but I still want to buy that power wagon. Tugging at my heartstrings. Harley, what's up, dude? Can't wait to buy a VS4-10 Ultra. The Tekin 360 is pretty badass servo and seems to put out more torque than it's rated for.
It's done well for me. It's one of those ones that just I haven't been in too many situations where I've noticed it and been like, ah. And if I have been like, wish I had a little more power here, I usually just forget about it and then just keep driving. And it hasn't blown up or, skipped a gear or anything like that. So here we are.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm just gonna go.
Let's see. Where am I at? I'm lost now. The drill clutch.
Oh, I'm at 11 still. I haven't really adjusted it.
Okay. Third truck, first kit. Would you go brushed or brushless?
Third truck. I prefer brushless. I like the crazy power. I like the low maintenance. So for those reasons, I prefer the brushless. Now, I'm not saying that you get, a brushless system like this, you might be looking at, $300 for the setup for that part of it. And I'm not saying that, when you do a brush setup, you might be, you could be $75. So I'm not saying you get 3 times as much fun out of it for you. So maybe spending that much extra money isn't necessarily the thing you need to do. You can have a lot of fun with a brush setup still. So.
Okay. Josh, I know you like venting tires. Do you usually put 2 or 3 holes, 1 9 and 2 2 tires?
2 holes, 180 degrees apart from each other.
I know it's off topic, but is there a chance there will be another run of Curry F9s for the Rock Ray?
I don't have the answer for you on that. Right now, they're not in production, and I don't know if when that would or may happen wasn't necessarily something that was crazy hot one, so we got switched to something that was more pressing.
Are wreaths not good in your opinion?
No, we're fine. I mean, there's another servo option.
Okay. Burritos or tacos?
Probably burritos, I think.
Thought I knew you.
I mean, I mean, that's a tough question. They're so good. It depends on where you're at.
Right.
What kind of, you know.
I know. VP discounts for retired armed forces?
Yeah, we do military discount. You just need to email customer service, and they'll require some verification stuff, but we do military discount. So
awesome.
You just have to, you got to jump through a little bit of hoops just to, you know.
Verify.
I would love to be able to assume that everyone was honest, but
yeah.
We obviously had to do it because people aren't.
Those bead locks look exceptionally easy to assemble.
So on the first Origin, we did go with a firmer foam, and that was me because I personally prefer a much firmer foam. But there were some side effects to that, and one was that it made it harder to mount the bead lock. And as soon as someone said that, it's the one time I forgot to seat the bead, and then so. But with these, with the Pro, we went with a softer foam, and they'll basically just fall on the wheel. As long as you don't say it out loud and then try and do it on video to prove it.
If money were no issue, what would you recommend for an ESC motor combo using the SCX-10-2 trans and AR60 axles and trans fully built?
So with if you're running AR60 axles, are you running a 2.2 or a 1.9? I guess. If you're running a 1.9, then RX4 or a Mamba X and a 3100 Rock 412 or a 2700 kV Polar Pro would be my choices. If you're running a 2.2 and with an SCX-10 style trans, you can probably get away with a little bit of trimming of the chassis or link clearance. You can probably fit a 550 can in there. And then if you were going like one stupid power, you could go RX4 and a Pro 4 HD 3000 kV.
What kV do you suggest for the Ultra running the alternative overdrive gears?
I mean, that 3000 kV range, 3100, 2700, if you're running 3S. Mistakenly, I always assume most people are going to run 3S. So of course that always depends. And I guess I should caveat that all the time, but.
Dot-ins or 5%?
5%. So that's a question regarding locations to crawl at Folsom Lake here.
Oh, and I was like, I don't know. I've never heard that one.
5% is like a sandy, almost Moab-like kind of rolling and, crevice type location. Or the hell did that screw just go? And Dottins is kind of more chunky and granite-like. So, and I like the more monolithic type of crawling when I have a choice.
Let's see. Do you make a good living from RCs, and will you continue this your whole life?
I feel like I live comfortably and lucky. we're able to do the things that we enjoy most of the time. And I hope to do what I'm doing until I decide to retire.
See, any idea if Vanquish will be coming up with some upgrades for the Capra, such as overdrive gear sets, links, etc.?
There will be options for the Capra from Vanquish. Some things like links are already available, but there will also be other strength upgrades as well as the axle things. And
okay.
So yes.
What cell count do you normally run?
I have been leaning more and more towards running 4-cell. It's just I like the size of the battery packs. I like the extra speed. I'm running them mainly on the same KV motors, which is probably not recommended. Like running 4S on 3100 KV motors is a little bit faster than you should be spinning those. That's a good test of parts.
Hey Josh, since it got brought up, can you describe the maintenance on a brushed motor compared to brushless?
So brush motors have physical parts that touch each other and wear out. Specifically the brush, which is where the name comes from. The brush part runs on the com, which is the part attached to the spinning part in the middle. And those parts touching and spinning millions of RPMs, or millions of revolutions, not RPMs, then they will eventually wear out. You can replace the brushes, usually, depending on the quality of motor. There's sealed can motors, which are sealed and therefore not maintainable. But if you buy a rebuildable motor, then you can swap out the brushes to a new brush, and you're usually in pretty good shape. While you should, or it is a good idea at the same time to take the armature out, which is the spinning part, and true up the com so that it is nice and smooth again. Now, I admittedly am not big on brushed motor maintenance, so when I used to do competitions, I would just every so many months completely replace my motors instead. And put a pair of $150 motors in instead of doing a slight bit of motor maintenance. And that's why I prefer brushless. All right, 3 down, 1 to go.
Josh for President 2020.
Josh for President, yeah.
No, thank you.
There's too many videos of me on YouTube. Falling down a waterfall
right.
in Disney.
Josh does have a college degree too. He's a nerd. Josh actually has 2 college degrees, and one of them is in math. So if you like, that is nerd to the second power. Okay. SCX-10-2 chassis, Wraith axles, 2.2 TSLs. I want to go brushless with crawling. What would you suggest? Rig is about 10 pounds.
I would suggest it loses some weight first, but I would say
you're one to talk. Okay. I'm kidding.
Thanks. Pro 4, I would say. Pro 4 and a 3300 kV Pro 4 on a RX4 or on a Mamba X. Or if you wanted to just kind of go at, and if you're going to crawl with it, you need sensors, so stay with that. Say if you wanted to go a little bit, just more basher hill climber, you get away with like a Sidewinder 4 and a 14-10 combo from Castle. But if you're crawling, you need sensor.
Okay. Did you shoot those VS4-10 Ultra promo videos at Folsom?
No, that was out in where was it? It was out.
That was like a drop on a Google map somewhere.
Yeah. So that was a spot found by just scrolling Google Earth trying to find crazy spots. It was about 10 miles north of Cisco Grove. I like that part of the country for the terrain, at least, you know, like that Sanford Lake video that I went and shot with Tony, where we climbed that stupid mountain or large hill, at least.
That was a mountain.
That was near there.
What battery charger do you use?
I have a Prodigy, or I think it's called like something like that, from ProTech. It's a 4-channel charger, and I use that a lot because it does lithium high volt and life packs. And then I also have a Venom Pro Duo, but like I said, it doesn't do life packs or the lithium high volt stuff.
That's probably my biggest complaint. As I know they all want to hear me bitch about something, and that's probably my only bitch is those stupid battery chargers that beep so loud.
Well, you hate them, and we're in a hotel.
We're in a hotel room, and all of a sudden, the stupid battery charger goes off, and in the middle of the night, I'm like, "Your batteries are done. Get out of the shower." It's obnoxious, and I don't want to pull it off and have it blow up in my face. Let's see, what kind of MAH on your 4S?
I've got 1300 and 1800. And I started going to the.
It's 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Yeah. I started going to the 1800 here recently. I had just been running 1300, and you still get a really good amount of runtime out of them because they're a high C drone pack. So they're like 100C type packs. And I've been running the Gens Ace packs, so they've been really, really good.
Okay, instead of overdrive gears for the Capra, how about underdrive?
It actually would be much better because doing overdrive, you know, in the typical sense of, you know, that type of gear ratio change is that gear ratio is so bad already in the Capra that it's not the direction I would normally like to go.
Oh, don't stay up too late. The cat show starts at 10 a.m. Yes. So excited. Coming home with a kitty. No, you're busy with the Ultra release, but when will the dig unit be available for Pro Ultra again?
If it's not on the site right now, then it should be Monday. We were finishing a bunch of them. And it might just not have got finished today because of the Ultra stuff.
Will that truck run 4.75 tires okay with the body post set to the lowest position?
Yes.
Let's see. People are saying hi, hello. Do you have any experience with the Holmes Polar 400? I was thinking good fit for my 3.5-pound SEX 10-2.
I don't. I haven't ran the small one, actually.
Hello from Romania. This truck is on my Santa's list, or maybe on my credit card list. Is the front Curry portal from the Ultra going to be sold separately in the future?
Sometime in the future, yes. It won't be soon, though. We have to be able to make enough to keep up with demand. You know, for example, the Pro Axle F9 isn't available yet either. And it's just because we have to be able to keep up. So in the future, someday, yes, but I mean, I'm comfortably saying it will be months and months and months away.
Was that the Curry portal? Did I just read that one?
Yeah, so this is a Curry portal as well. So
I'm asking, did I just read that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Oh yeah, that's
I'm
it.
getting tired. How many batteries for your truck do you usually take with you when you go? I always take way too many.
Kind of depends on where I'm going, but I usually take, because I'm running like a smaller 4-cell pack, so I'll usually at least take 4 or 5. But it's usually still too many. So.
Okay. Overdrive in front or underdrive in rear for Wraith and SCX10? What is really the difference in performance between under and overdrive?
The difference is just referring to the gear ratio. And if you reduce the gear ratio in an axle, then you're usually going to introduce more torque twist. So if you have the option for either, I would usually suggest going underdrive because you're going to just increase the gear ratio and therefore help your torque twist, So that's the big difference. You want the gear ratio in the axle. That's another big benefit of portals. You add more gear ratio at the axle, therefore you can reduce it in the transmission.
Okay. On the TRX4 lift kit, did the 2.6 tires hit the body or did body need trimming?
I'm pretty sure that they rub. I don't know. It's on the shelf right there actually. But
Who are you talking to?
Well, the universe.
Oh.
So yeah, it rubs, but it's a mud truck, so shit rubs. Redneck stuff.
There you go. That should be like one of your next sticker
What?
pack. Shit rubs.
Shit rubs. That's a hard one to explain.
Oh yeah, because everybody gets your electrolytes.
Yeah. No, almost nobody gets our humor.
Okay. Foams, cut or uncut?
Uncut.
To vent or not to vent?
Always to
That
vent.
is the question. What's your plan with this build?
My plan for this build is to finish it, and then it will get boxed up and sent to the owner. Because the one I drive is the green one, the one that was in the video. So
everyone wants a shit rub sticker. Is Matt still on here? That can be his t-shirt for next time. America. Mud trucks and burnouts.
Mud trucks and burnouts, yes. 2 things that I do better than Matt doing. Mud trucks and burnouts.
Oh, I don't like mud. That's what you always...
I don't like mud.
I know.
I fucking hate mud.
Oh, sorry. Ass ton heavy brass. Oh, that was a metric ass ton and shit rubs.
Comes with a voucher for a free bottle of Mountain Dew. But I'm not saying I don't like Mountain Dew either.
Oh my god, stop. Ew. 10 or 10-2?
10-2? I don't even know. 10 isn't even an option anymore.
Yeah. Even though my high-tech X2 Plus charger has the lithium HV battery option, it complains each time I try to charge my Gen Ace Lithium batteries, so I just use the regular LiPo setting, but can only get to 4.2 volts.
I had so many problems with my high-tech. I had the X4, and honestly, it just did not peak batteries nearly as well as anything else, so I sold it. I'm probably going to swap up my charging situation again here soon, and I might pick up something from ISDT.
I'm gonna sell a truck. If they don't rev, then the body isn't low enough. I think there's a baller joke in there somewhere. Cue the Hendrix music.
Yes. My burnout video?
Yeah, I know.
That's right. I made her watch that because I was proud of that music.
I watch all your videos. No, I don't. I mean, sometimes I do. What's your favorite chassis crawler?
I mean, like, people ask those questions, and it's obviously going to be the VS4-10, but because it's like I had a choice or had a hand in making the choice of what it is. If you guys actually remember, like way back when, I did a truck called Crispy.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
And I took and I cut the front of the SCX10 off, and I built a big C notch that went up, and I fabricated that out of square channel. And it was the base, similar to the shape of what a VS4-10 is now.
That truck was around forever.
Yeah. So like that, and then the rear, I cut it off and created more clearance by actually by doing tube work in the back. But it's always been the goal of what I wanted was something that I could have ride low. And that's what the VS4-10 is.
Somebody seconded you on your ISDR Q6 Pro.
What? ISDT what?
ISDR Q said they love it.
Oh.
Okay. So go slowly on this one. Sorry for asking again, but if I understood your reply correctly, you prefer to go underdrive and rear instead of overdrive front to reduce torque twist. Sorry for English,
Yes.
prefer Swedish.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. So you're saying yes.
Yes. So we have got the wheels and tires on. Now, this is another little part I'll actually show you. This little black adapter here. Little thing. It's super hard to see, I know. Anyway, with the portal axles, like I said, they use a 5mm stub or thread. So you runs an 8mm wheel nut. And if you don't have a Vanquish 8mm driver, oftentimes you can't get whatever driver you may have into there. So we came up with this little adapter piece and included it in there, and that works with the wheel nut. And then you can either use just any 7mm or any wheel nut set you have. So it will just go in the end like that. And then you can tighten your 8mm on with that stuff. So you don't need to have a special tool. You're a special tool.
Oh, sorry. I know I'm losing steam. Where's that? Baller wants to know where that crispy rig is now. Does he own it?
No, I think that one ended up in Canada. It did.
Okay. Josh, does your Pro Tech charger do a good job at peaking the LIHV batteries?
I believe so. I believe I get the voltage I specify on them without. Never been something I've noticed give me a issue.
What? What's TLT mean?
TLT is an old type of truck.
Oh, TLT for the win, Josh. Oh, he meant SCX10 or SCX10-2.
Yeah.
Earlier.
I would, yeah, SCX10. Like, I didn't even know that. I don't even think that old SCX10 is a reasonable option.
Hey, Josh, are you hitting up Squirrel Fest 2020?
I plan on it. We had a good time last year, so.
Okay.
And that's the one it's going to be in that little town in California instead of Oregon.
Oh.
I mean, I could just be using an actual 8mm driver, which I have handy, but instead I'm still using the adapter that we put. However, this little adapter is going to be super handy just to have. Throw it in your toolbox, whatever, put it on a keychain. No matter what, you won't be without it then.
Put it on your fanny pack.
Put it in your fanny pack.
Or put it on a keychain on your fanny pack.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Good night, Bill. What time you pick me up in the morning? The one out of the Traxxas driver sorry, I need some coffee. The one out of the Traxxas driver set you showed the other day will not fit? Question mark.
I'm 99% positive that is a true statement. So here's that set. No, it does not. It's too big. We will also be having those adapters separately. So.
Josh, thanks for answering my questions as you usually do. See you at the swap meet at RC Country whenever it is this year.
Always. And they're moving.
Oh, cool.
So it'll be a new place. Yeah. 4 hours and 10 minutes. Now we only have to do electronics.
Cool. Received my new DeWalt gyroscope. All these words are starting to run together. Received my new DeWalt gyroscope screwdriver yesterday and put all the little screws holding the outer rings in a set of Vanquish 105 wheels in record time. Nice tool.
Great tool.
I just started doing RC last year. Welcome. And I'm planning on building my first crawler. I just love your videos. Thank you for all the videos to help me choose.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah. $100 for the fanny pack sold. I already told you. But only cash and only in person with me.
You have to pry it off my
cold dead fanny. The trades driver is too thick. A couple turns on the lathe and it'll work.
Yep, it would.
Oh, he meant Traxxas driver. 1 here, 1 a.m. here in Massachusetts. Gotta hit the hay. Props.
Massachusetts. Wow.
Misses for the help. Good night, Angry Dave. On my Rancho build, I'm running Incision SCX10 2 links and love the short wheelbase, but I feel it restricts my suspension flex. Would Wraith links extend my wheelbase?
Yes, they would be a little bit longer for sure. So I need a couple of body clips because the body clips for this are actually in the bags that I didn't have to open. So
good night, Wolfblood. 420, shut it down. We live in California now, baller. Good night from South Carolina. It is late. Hey, Josh, do you ever come to Missouri for any reason? I'd love to meet you.
I do for quite often.
Not
as often as
we would like.
We would like.
Family would like. We are from Missouri.
Looks good.
Looks beautiful.
So let's see. I'd grab my Pro, but it literally does not have wheels, tires, or a rear axle on it.
Oh, I think your dad's on here now.
Great.
It's just in case. My ex-girlfriend was cross-eyed. I had to break up with her because she was seeing someone on the side. Dave. Yes, we are from Kansas City.
That's funny.
Have you ever checked out an Odd Garage on Instagram? It's pretty cool.
No. For some reason that sounds familiar, but I don't know.
That's a nice clean one. It really is your dad. If you throw a fanny pack over your shoulder, it's a purse. One more question before I head out. What's your opinion on the Cross RC line?
I've owned a couple of them. I kind of put them in, like with a RC 4-wheel drive-ish. You know, I don't know. I think they make good-looking bodies. I think that their drivetrains are just not good. Their transmissions have been bad. They're, I don't know. I'd rather own an RC 4-wheel drive.
Hello, is Russia. My first feed from beginning to end. Thanks for making it so enjoyable. Thanks for hanging out with us. Oh my gosh, it is her dad. I drink too much. The last time I gave a urine sample, it had an olive in it. I'm from Wisconsin, so waiting for better weather, looking for a site to pick up the crawler you're working on.
VanquishProducts.com.
VanquishProducts.com. Hopefully you guys are not waiting too long. You guys must see a huge difference between Missouri and Cali. People are not as friendly here in Cali. That's not true. I think everybody, it's just different. There's so many more people here than there is back home that there's not enough time for small talk, you know, when you're at stores and things. But everybody, everywhere you go, people are the same, really. We have our, you know, everybody in the crawler community is wonderful. So there is just a lot more people here. a lot more people. But we do miss home. We miss the food back home more than anything.
She complains that everything here is a chain.
A chain restaurant. Yeah, we have a lot of local stuff back in Kansas City. And I don't think that's not a fair generalization of California, just the area that we are at. You in Missouri, people aren't friendly either. Well, it just depends also where you're at for property lines, things like that make a little bit more of a difference in Missouri. So do we get to see your wife? Is she the true ultra in your life? What's IMOS?
I don't know what that means.
Okay. Isn't Cali all tofu? I mean, no, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Not where we're at. We enjoy going to the Bay for good food. Emos. Oh, emos. Okay, yes. Thank you. We're Kansas City. We're not St. Louis.
Will you hand me that bin that says soldering? See, it's this. Yeah. Oh, you're gonna take that top one off too, because it's like double that. And the one above it that says wiring.
Gluten-free weed. There you go.
Move that one screw.
Soldering. Yes, I have had Emo's pizza before, but it's been a long time.
I don't know that I have.
Probably not.
I don't know that I've ever heard of it.
Oh, I have. They have them. I'm trying to think where else they have it. Columbia might have it.
Huh.
It's just one of those. It's like skis. Oh, in the middle of a blizzard, Wisconsin.
Was it? Yeah. So I had the cheese.
Oh yeah.
So I had a guy I know I'm just basically through RC cars, and he bought a truck for me, and like just a, you know, I don't know, saying fan is weird, but he offered, he's like, hey, I'd like to send you like a care package. So he said his wife was a cheese connoisseur or whatever. I'm like, sure, great. I mean, I can't say that I have a much of a knowledge of fine cheeses, but said sure. So he sent it to, and Nicole and I both were eating them over a couple of days, and ended up we had been getting headaches or whatever, and we finally figured out that like fancy cheese has similar
tannins.
Has tannins like
wine,
and it was giving us both migraines. So,
but we
fancy cheese days.
We literally had to give it all away because we kept eating it because it was so good.
Give us a headache. Like, that's okay.
I'll take it. Yeah, soldier through. Like,
I know what I'm doing.
So in the beginning, did you have your wife convinced that you had one RC with lots of different bodies, or did you have, or did you use one body on all your RCs? Man, I wish.
I don't think it
We
was.
had a basement full of, that's another difference between Missouri and California. Is California doesn't have basements, and we had a basement full of, you couldn't hide that.
I've as long as she's known me, I've had very dedicated spaces.
Yeah.
When I had a 1-bedroom apartment with a den, I had a CNC machine in there.
Yeah.
Like it's hard to hide a CNC machine.
Yeah.
It was in the den.
Yeah. Oh, somebody said there's good local food stuff in 916. You just gotta explore. Trust and believe we are exploring and trying to find it. It is just hiding. Must be really good. Oh, I used to live on Mather. Very different from snowflake lifestyle in SoCal, or Mather, sorry. And yes, it is. My boy Josh got 1,000 feet of double-sided tape.
Hey, you don't need to.
What is that?
What's what?
All that.
Bantam. It's like spam.
Like Russian spam?
Yes.
Yeah. Put user in timeout.
Can you ban them and hide there?
Hide user?
Yeah.
Been to Susie's Diner in Sacramento. Yes, that's a chain restaurant. That is, they're all over. Can you duct tape a C4 to that? When are they going to make an ESC that you can bolt down?
The RX4 has bolt holes in the bottom and includes the screws to bolt it in.
There you go. Asked and answered.
Right. That. Oh, yeah. These. Just about wired XT60s on your truck.
So out of hundreds of videos you share with us, why finally bring your wife on? Just cause, which is awesome.
She's been in a video or in multiple videos before.
I try and stay out of them.
Yeah.
Not necessarily my favorite thing, but to be on it. Like,
did you give me that wiring one too?
No.
Yeah.
Where is it?
I thought it was with.
Oh, I did. Oh my god, I forgot this dog was still here.
Yeah. Just hanging out.
You're so good, Blue. You're trained so well.
So let's see.
Oh, that's interesting.
What's that?
Mm.
And the block.
Let's see. Where do you buy a roll of tape that size? Good Lord.
It's not that big of a roll of double-sided tape.
What's an SJW? Oh,
Social justice.
Oh, stop. Let's not even start that stupid.
What?
How do you remove a user?
Let's do, you do that and let's see. I don't know if that's the only option you have.
Can you report it?
Yeah.
Report that. Hate speech.
Right there.
Yeah, that's yucky. We don't do that.
It happens.
Whew. Seems your lighting got brighter again. I remember the one where she scared the crap out of Josh in the basement.
Oh.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I think it was another live feed, and you're like, came in the middle of it, scared the shit out of me. Could have been several years ago.
Okay, here's another one. Rad Max, thank you. Tequila Museo. Oh, okay. We do like going downtown. Like Tower is awesome. We went to the Firehouse, is great. So see, I should shut my mouth. There's good food everywhere, but not Kansas City food. What soldering iron is that?
It is the TS100. So I just turned it on now, and then I'm putting it to 400 degrees Celsius, and so now it's 90, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300, 350, and now it's at full temp, 400 degrees Celsius. So it heats up so fast.
I was late. Is it Dan's truck you're building? I'm guessing because of the body color.
Nope. It's not.
Josh, how do you like the new toolbox?
So far, I really like it. It's nice and spread out. I just got to get everything, a little bit more organized, and then I have to remember where I organize.
Good morning from Estonia. Cool. Hey Josh, I bought some SLW475 hubs for my Ascender. For some reason, my wheels and tires are shaking when I turn it right to left with throttle on. Is there a way to fix this issue?
I mean, that likely has nothing to do with the wheels, other than adding, if you put a little bit of weight on there, you might notice it. Specifically, the Ascender had bad vibrations when up in the air. I mean, if you have it like on the ground, usually the vibrations weren't as bad, but a lot of it came from the pinion angle that had on those Ascenders.
Let's see. Where did you get it from, the soldering iron?
Man, you can get these from like a ton of places. It's kind of an interesting thing because they have like upgradable software and it's open source. So there's a ton of different places that make it. Just search TS100 wherever you buy. Search it on Amazon if you want it. And you can get it through there. They're super handy. They work really well.
So has the Miss Harley ever gone crawling with you?
Goes all the time. It does not have any interest in touching the radio. 10
years, I go to tons of pretty much every event I possibly can, and I've never touched one of the trucks, but I love it. Okay, Highway 40 diner.
Highway 40
Donner Ski Ranch. Did you see they had that avalanche up there today?
You told me about that.
No.
Someone died.
Well, someone finally got Nicole. It's a damn shame I had to be a vulgar. Yes. Yeah, you get me with the whole racist stuff. That does get me.
God, it's been so long since I wired a Dean. I forgot which way was positive. The stand-up one, right?
Trim will fix that. Oh, never mind. That was for something else. Let's see. If you use alcohol to clean surfaces before applying double-sided tape, it stays put longer. Just a tip I learned from RC racing.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah. Are you going with Josh to K&K?
No, she usually doesn't go back to that one with me. I usually travel with a business partner. And last year we made it because we were at the Horizon HCP dealer event.
Oh, that one, yeah.
And then we went and spent the time drove over to Ohio. That was like a couple, I don't know, like 1,800 miles of driving in 5 days with both events. And
There's Perry, I have been to both of those actually. That cheese shop is amazing, and that pizza was phenomenal. I went with my parents. I haven't taken Josh yet.
Where?
Up in Sutter Creek. Remember we went that day?
Oh yeah.
And then had that really good pizza and brought home that cheese and stuff.
Yes, I do remember that.
My friends and I are playing around with a MIG welder, learning by YouTube and experimentation. I feel like taking on a truggy cage. Are you planning on making any more welding videos?
Yeah, I hope so, actually. I have plans of bringing my fab table here specifically so I can get trucks done for Scale Nationals. And if I do that, it would be a lot easier to make videos here. It's too hard to do it at work because you have a shocked face.
How big is a fab table?
It's 4 feet.
Where are you going to put that?
In the garage. So, and if I have it there, it's way easier. Because right now, with it at the shop, like, yeah, seeing CNC machines whirling away, and it's just not super feasible.
Josh, is 400 high enough for soldering? My Heiko goes up to 750, I believe.
It's 400 degrees Celsius.
Well, he said Fahrenheit.
Yeah, so Celsius is
400.
400 is closer to like.
Ooh, do
What's
it. Do
400
it.
degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit.
Cheater.
It's 752 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, hey.
752 degrees Fahrenheit.
There you go. Why don't you use nitro fuel line on your alligator clips? Grips better and won't puncture the insulation. Just curious.
This is definitely not. I definitely don't have a second YouTube channel of wiring how-tos because it's not my strong point. But I can get my way through it, and stuff doesn't usually fall off. So.
One thing I miss about living in NorCal, 3.2 milk. Cannot get heavy milk in Arizona. What?
I don't know what 3.2 milk is.
I don't either. Like, I just know what
3.2%.
3.2 beer.
Yeah.
It's what they used to sell at the grocery stores in Kansas
And Oklahoma.
and Oklahoma. Yeah. And on Sunday, you can just buy 3.2 beer. It does say percent. I think it just.
Is that heavy? Isn't vitamin D is heavy to me.
Cream. I guess coming from Kansas City to California, I never have to worry about milk or the ratio of water to milk. 19 handles is not cheap. Gino's East Pizza.
So one thing Brandon does on these RX4s is he actually takes his battery leads and puts them underneath of the little shroud. And it keeps things looking much better. Battery plus and minus.
Ever been to Hooker, Oklahoma?
Hooker, Oklahoma?
Baller asked that.
Have I?
Oh, 3.2 milk is whole milk.
Oh.
So yeah, vitamin D milk. Regular milk. Any of your scale Nats rigs going to get brass additives?
I mean, I'll never say never.
Pizza Rock in downtown. What's a good crawler to start my son off with? Michigan here, by the way.
Grab my TRX4 Sport if you just want to go be easy and be done. What?
Just still having this whole milk conversation. Mahler said, what, whole milk not available nationwide? I know. I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
Just get some cream and water it down. That's all it is anyway. So you said a TRX4?
TRX4 Sport.
Sport is a good start. Oh, wait. 3 milk has more fat. Whole is 2.8.
Wow.
Just learn something new every day.
Yep. Okay.
Try the nitro fuel line on your next soldering adventure. Works great for holding boards too. Trick I learned a while back and haven't looked back. First person to drink cow's milk probably did a lot of other weird shit.
I had posted one on my Instagram stories the other day, and it said, first person to eat a banana was probably like, this isn't good. First person to peel a banana was probably like, bro.
Oh my God. That's dumb.
You should see the rest of my Instagram stories.
I know. That's why I'm not on Instagram. Dropping a like and I'm off to VR land, I think. Cheers at Harley Designs and all. Good night. Thank you for the information. On the milk or the
Yeah.
or the RC
The
car?
dairy update
Yeah.
or
I can't believe how good this dog is. I totally forgot he was here.
yeah.
I think it's about time this old man calls it a night. 1:38 is getting to be a little late for me. Enjoy the feed. Oh, the RC truck. Thank you for clarifying.
What?
Not about the milk.
Oh.
More stickers for Harley, the dairy update. Where is Matt Cat? He's just losing out all kinds of material tonight. God. How fast does 4.3 milk spoil?
4.3. Does the percentage keep going up?
Yes. Yeah, you just keep soldering. Josh, where can I purchase some of your stickers?
I don't have stickers. They're making up a theoretical sticker sheet that I don't have. Of the dairy update and shit rubs. And
I know, I forgot the other one already. We are babysitting a dog for a month. We are cat people. We are most definitely cat people.
the royal we.
Huh? The royal we? What's that? Ballers on the sticker sheet. As long as I get one, and as long as it's not a was it an asshole sticker on my car? On my car. The asshole sticker got put on. Yeah. And I can't tell you how many penis stickers that I've found over the years. It's just random.
That was the Canadians.
Was it?
Yeah.
Josh, are you into any other hobbies? No. Are you? I'm sorry. Do I not know something about you?
I mean, I go to the gun range.
Oh, no.
That's about it.
I like the banned dirty air vehicle sticker.
That's on our sticker sheet.
Oh, it is. Josh for president sticker. No, he does not need a bigger head than he already has. Let's see.
Oops.
Badass Pew life is epic. I don't know what that means. Move to Sutter Creek. That would be
That'd be a hell of a commute.
yeah, it would, but we do love it there. No video games or anything. No, we pretty much sits in here in our Cs.
Video game a little bit. But I pretty much play the same like 3 games.
Like 3 times a year.
Yeah.
We watch it. We like our movies.
Yeah, I'm a movie fan.
We're pretty boring. We're the asshole with pride. The asshole sticker's fabulous, but just not on my car. By the way, SNU is one of my top 3 fave shows on YouTube. Please don't stop. I remember you getting stickers on your brake calipers at U4 in Auburn one time. A great sounding home theater is an amazing experience. Josh for president of what though? Pew pew shooting. Also, his icon is a crown. Pretty sure it's Josh for king. Element RC comes with Harley stickers.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome having your boss reading the comments. Oh man, I wish. So is 90 weight oil your preference?
Currently, yes.
How are your cats around RCs? Mine will run through a wall if you get away if I bring one inside. They, after this long, could give a shit about the RCs. They just kind of look at it and just.
I don't really drive RCs in the house.
Yeah, we kind of don't do. Yeah.
I just like. I mean, I might test something on the carpet or something like that, but.
Would you work for Traxxas if they called?
No.
Nope.
I mean, not like I would not want to jump ships. Like,
yeah.
It's not.
Or move to another part of the country again.
Yeah, you know.
The worst parts of living in Australia is the cost of postage, and for a kit, oh damn, $100 Australian, and the lack of people to crawl with in my area. What happened to 60 weight shock oil?
I mean, I don't know. I just have ended up kind of changing and trying different ones, and 60 weight still, I still like it. I just have been running 90 as of late.
I have one
but
cat.
It's also getting into the colder time of year where I could be running up in the mountains, and that 90 weight might not be as nice as it was in the hot summer.
Or it got fat on 4.3 milk.
Yeah.
Let's see. I have one cat that hides from and one cat that wants to kill my RC. That they could give a shit about most of them except for that burnout car.
Oh,
Peanut was obsessed with that burnout car and just rubbed on it. I tried to get Josh to make it into a cat bed, but now he wants to set it on fire instead. I got Harley and SVG stickers on my Element back glass. Oh God, here we go. I don't even know if that's a can of worms I want to open. Now that the wife is here, let's talk about her wanting to paint the 8 table a crazy color.
Yes, let's. Who is that?
Big Mike.
So I have a V8 coffee table that I built out of a Lexus 4-liter V8 aluminum block.
That most women would not want in their house, much less their front room, but I love it and I want it to be part of my living space.
But she wants me to powder coat it pink,
No, I said purple.
purple, whatever.
Bob Tarvin's purple.
And I just don't know if I can do it.
Or, I mean, but you could have a in your living room. I mean,
Or I could have my badass coffee table in purple.
We had it for years not painted, and now it's a new place, so we need to. Yes, plum crazy, kind of, not really, a little
Not
more,
really.
a little more, no, but yeah, we can say that. What would you consider the average weight of your rigs?
Probably in that 7-pound range.
Yeah, anodized. No, it's definitely anodized, not painted. Not a monster.
Well, it would be powder coated because it's got
Or powder
steel
coated.
sleeves and
Right. I'm not gonna paint it.
she's not gonna rattle can it for sure.
Ready to run weight. No, that was just a comment. And aluminum is the only color it should be. No. What weight oil did you use in the Capra?
Good question that I don't have the answer to. I don't remember. Probably a 60.
Is this overtime? Yes. Happy wife, happy life. I'm sorry, but how badass would a big purple V8 engine block coffee table be? That would be badass. Like, it has that.
It's true.
Yeah.
All right.
Have Bob polish it, Josh. I don't think he would be a fan. Purple and gold, put a crown on it. It would. Oh, there you go. I don't think we could afford the shipping on, on that to send it to somebody. He'd have to come to us. No, now you guys are just getting crazy. We don't. The crown is just a logo, not a lifestyle.
Speak for yourself. What? What'd they say?
Perry Gower has to go to bed and so he can shop for some Crocs tomorrow. No Barney table. I'm not even thinking Barney. Thank you. Add some polished parts to accent. That'd be awesome. With my peacock teal green couch and my orange chairs and my, yeah.
It seems.
Do you think Vanquish would ever make a rock buggy or wraith type vehicle?
I mean, it'd be cool. We made the Ripper, which was kind of that style, but as a full kit, you know, who knows? It's just cost of kits. They're not cheap to produce. A lot of work, but you know, if I had unlimited, you know, ability to just keep going, it would be one that I would have on the list. But that all comes with the requirement of getting stuff done. All right, zip ties.
Will the purple match the other furniture? Yes, yes, it will. Wow, this guy's like a microsurgeon. Sweet job, man. Oh my gosh, dog.
What?
I forget.
Forget that dogs stink.
Yeah, ugh. Get out of here. Go.
You leave that door open for a bit?
Yeah. Because you've been soldering 400 degrees Celsius, remember?
Right. Maybe it's just you.
Oh.
All right. Maybe that nice.
Can a VS4-10 enter Axial Vest?
No, not made by Axial.
Now, if it was a Ford Ranger block, purple all the way. What's your favorite ESC?
I probably have a pretty equal split of RX4s and Mamba X's.
Forgot to ask who makes the toolbox.
Harbor Freight. Cheapy. Nothing fancy there. It is not a $10,000 snap-on to get the free Traxxas rollback truck.
Dang it. This and the John Holmes video are my two favorite videos. No offense, Josh.
You know the videos that aren't just your face? I like those best.
Yeah, even though this
You know
is...
when you're the one only talking half the time? I like those.
Can you show where you mounted the receiver?
I can. Give me a moment.
How is he making new accounts? John Schultz. Now we have a Jonathan Schultz.
Jonathan Schultz is usually Little Schultz.
Oh yeah, Jesse Schultz was on here earlier. Totally happy with 60 weight shock oil in my Pro Shocks up here at Reno, Nevada. Usually 30 to 45 degrees in winter, as recommended by Josh during my build last week.
Yeah, especially if you're in cold weather like that. I usually don't run in weather that cold.
Josh, I have the Traxxas 6x6 coming. My Snap-on guy was able to get a hold of one.
Nice. How much do you have to pay for it?
I made a set of end tables out of some racing wheels and tires.
Nice. So I put the receiver right here in the area on the inner fender. It's the area that was the relief for the battery tray, and you're in the limited or the chassis kit. And we have a complete truck.
Yes.
RTR. Now, I can't prove that because I just put a Spectrum receiver in it. But beyond that, we're 100%. So let's put the body back on. And that, I still need 2 more body clips, but
You seriously don't?
well, I do somewhere, yeah. But
Oh, sorry. Did you want me to keep reading them?
yeah,
Oh.
not done until we're done.
There's so many. Are you ready for scale gnats?
Not even close.
$1,400.
For what?
I'm assuming that's 6x6 Traxxas.
Oh, yeah. Whew. That sounds about right, though.
Question about the Capra again. I mounted the ESC and RX behind the firewall, but considering moving them to the rear and RX inside the RX box, what's your preference?
I can't. I think I mounted mine on that rear little firewall thing, or I put my receiver up where they tell you where they want you to put the receiver, and then to put the ESC in the back. And I didn't put anything in the rear bed or in that rear box fuel cell thing.
So the 15 weight in my RC 4-wheel drive King shocks is a tad too thin.
Well, that's not necessarily true. Those RC 4-wheel drive shocks don't necessarily. If you put a heavy weight in those, I think they can just like stop working entirely. So you got to be careful there.
John Holmes is like the Bob Ross of RC motors.
Yep. Bob Rocks. That's what it was.
Yeah. Have you tried ProLine ProSpec shocks? If so, how did they compare to the Incision line in your opinion?
I haven't tried the ProSpec 1.9 shocks. I've only tried. I love the ProSpec shocks in the 2.2 size. I ran those on my Bomber.
Can you put a baton it and give a weight number? I don't think that's right.
Oh, I wonder. Put it on a scale. Yes, I will get my scales out.
My local Snap-on salesman said that it was possibly be a raffle for the 6x6, but he didn't have all the info yet. Did you have any gear mesh issues when you installed the overdrive gears in the rear VS4-10? I hear mixed reviews, but I'm thinking of trying them on my SCX-10.
It depends on the brand that you use. Or rear. You have to let me know. Do you mean? Oh, it's probably mean old SCX-10. I mean, it's been a long time since I've done anything with the old SCX-10. Really.
Awesome build video. Thank you, Suit Scale Painting. Beautiful work. Let's see. I want to thank you for answering my questions tonight. Always great seeing and chatting with you at events. I look forward to all your future content.
Glad we went start to finish.
Yeah. Do they make old kits like they used to, like back in the day when they made the Blackfoot?
I honestly wasn't in RC then, so I think they still make them just like that. I don't know that they were any different, or if I know what the difference would have been, but I think that they still make them just like that.
As an option, can Vanquish produce a light, high-performance one-piece body for our Pro Ultra vehicles?
Oh, that would be. I know what you mean, but bodies are expensive, and I think you would best be pointed to grab a ProLine body or something. Like, there's all kinds of cool body options that would be fun to make, but I don't know that ours is going to be where you're going to find it. As much as I would like to say it would.
It was great, you too. It's late here in Arkansas. It is late.
What time is it?
I don't know. Why doesn't your computer have it?
Oh, it should. I have it on here. It's 11 here.
11 o'clock. Oh, word. It's just nice. Everyone's just nice. Great stream, everyone. Good night.
See, this is why I live stream, right?
Why?
Except I'm going to get the same question a billion times next time.
Well, yeah.
So I'm going to have to make you sit in here. You're going to have to spend your Friday nights live streaming now.
No.
Worked out well. You have the camera. See, it's our date night.
I thought Monster Jam was our date night.
You know, the luckiest woman I know. Oh, I still have some Red Bull left.
Ew. Gross. Are you finished yet?
We are 100%. So I think that's good. You're relieved of duty if you'd like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a metric ass ton was the other sticker.
metric
Just
ass
so
ton?
Baller knows.
Oh, okay. I've been in this chair
This
for a
has
long
to be
time.
Schultz because it says, "Is that your keeper? Are you talking to your keeper?"
Yes, that is Mini Schultz.
Yeah. Now I get my purple table. Seriously? Yeah,
Yeah, now you get your purple table. I don't know about that.
after 5 hours.
You put that over there. 5 hours? I mean, you would have, what, got like through 7 episodes of New Detectives?
What did I say that made us know it was Little Schultz?
Just saying, these kits look awesome.
So this clear body that I stepped on is going to.
Yes, well, that's good. Let's adjust this. Let's see if we can. Two do?
No, it's way more. It was better when it was
When it was brighter?
less bright.
Ooh, I have an idea. Let me. There it is. Okay. Where's the. There's the deck. No, there it is. Let's see if. I need to just put. I need to get a lighting control for this camera. It's just too.
That looks better.
Well, at least it's up close, but
Well, it's just too bright.
I know.
Well, making it brighter doesn't help.
Trying to see if it. There's just a reflection or not. But try to at least show you the detail on it.
Oh my god, I love the windscreen. The
Oh, the wiper mark?
yes, that's awesome.
Are you missing comments?
Oh, I thought we were done.
No.
Let's see the undercarriage.
So let's.
Nice Vanquish logo paint on those front fenders.
So yeah. Are you paying attention?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not. Things are scrolling past and you're daydreaming.
You know. Everyone just said good night.
Yes. I think we're in good shape. 5 hours of live streaming. So that's it. We'll call it 5 hours. I'm done too. Thanks for watching, guys. Appreciate it. I don't know that I've ever done a full one like this, start to finish with wiring. So that was a good time.
All
And
right.
thank you for helping me, wife.
You're welcome, husband.
Okay. Thanks, guys. We'll see you later.
Good night.
So give